All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a little bit of a warmer afternoon than we've been used to. This is the February 16, 2021 meeting of the Landmark Preservation Committee, and I will call this meeting to order. I believe it's right at 1 o'clock. No, it is right at 1 o'clock. So we will start with an introduction of the commissioners. I will go first since I'm already talking. My name is Julie Johnson. I am a Historic Preservation Project Manager, and I am nominated from the community at large. So the next is Brad.
Hi, my name is Brad Gassman. I'm an architect nominated by History Colorado.
Aaron. Oh, Aaron's not with us today. I forgot. Graham, you're next.
My name is Graham Johnson, project manager in historic preservation, and I was nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Great, thank you, Gary.
I'm Gary Petrie. I'm an architect, and I was nominated by the Denver Planning Board.
Thank you, Erica. You're muted, Erica.
Okay, here we go. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm Erica Warzel. I'm an architectural historian and preservation consultant and an at-large member.
Anne.
I'm Ann Mottenberg. I'm an architect nominated by the American Institute of Architects.
Great, thank you, Anne. Jen, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Jen Capetto. I'm landmark preservation staff.
Excellent, thank you very much. We do have one meeting record to approve. That is for February 2, 2021 meeting. Were there any comments from the commissioners? Any changes, additions, corrections? I see a number of shaking heads. So let's go ahead. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the meeting minutes from February 2nd, 2021 as submitted.
Graham, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Brad. All right, we will do a roll call vote. Brad.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica.
Aye.
Anne.
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. So the minutes records are, the meeting records are approved as presented unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, the next thing we do is at the beginning of every meeting, we give the public 2 minutes to comment on general historic preservation, not anything specific to a project that we are hearing later today. If you are joining by phone, please email landmark@denvergov.org with your name and phone number. And if you're on the computer, just please click the hand raise function. Give you a moment.
I don't see anyone who's raised their hand at the
All right.
moment yet. And just for the record, we don't have anyone on the phone.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Oh, Jen, do we have somebody at the web building today?
We do. Evan's at the web building.
Okay, excellent, terrific.
And he'll let us know if anyone shows up. And otherwise, I think you can just default that there's not anyone there.
Great, thanks, Jen. All right, hearing no public comments during the public comment period, we can go on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a routine design items recommended for the commission approval without discussion. The applicants with items past the consent agenda should coordinate separately with your landmark preservation staff to receive a certificate of appropriateness. There is no comment for public comment for consent agenda items. First, we have 2021-COA-044 399 High Street. Next is 2021-COA-047 3265 Federal Boulevard. Next is 2021-COA-048 4705 East Montview Boulevard. And the last is 2021-COA-043 701 Race Street. First, I should ask if anyone of the commissioners need to recuse themselves or any conflict of interest.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself from the consent agenda.
Okay, Anne, thank you very much. Jen, are you going to move her to?
I will move her to attendee so that she can watch, but we cannot
She-
speak
and
and
she-
cannot be on video. So
No, but we'll have you back in a moment, Ann. Okay. All right, commissioners, to the rest of you, does anyone have any comments on the consent agenda? Any concerns about what we've got here? No, I see a bunch of shaking heads. So do I hear a nomination, or I'm sorry, a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, this is Brad. I move to approve consent agenda items 2021-COA-044, 399 High Street. Item 2021-COA-047, 3265 Federal Boulevard. Item 2021-COA-048, 4705 East Montview Boulevard. And item 2021-COA-043, 701 Race Street.
Brad, thank you very much. Is there a second?
I will second. This is Erica.
Thank you, Erica. Erica seconded the motion. All right, we will take a roll call vote. Brad,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
and Julie, I also vote aye. So the consent agenda has been unanimously approved by the commissioners. And like I said earlier, any of you that are involved in one of those projects, need to consult with your landmark commissioner so you can get your certificate of appropriateness. All right.
I moved Ann back. So she's
Thank
back
you.
with
Hi,
us.
Ann. All right. So first we have a public hearing. We have two items for public hearing. First, I will announce the agenda by address, and the commission members will once again let me know if they wish to recuse themselves or have conflicts of interest. The staff will introduce the application and recommendation. Commissioners at that point can question the staff. The applicant will have 10 minutes to present their project or request, and the commissioners may question the applicant. And then after that, the public comment period, each person who is interested in making a comment is given 3 minutes per person. Then the staff can clarify if we need to, the commission will deliberate, and we will have a motion and we will vote. The first public hearing on the docket today is 2020-LMDEMO-014-1920 East 6th Avenue. Any commissioners that need to recuse themselves? No, a bunch of shaking heads. That's excellent news. Okay, Brittany, you are the staff person in charge of this. Take it away, please.
So our first item is for total demolition of 1920 East 6th Avenue in the Country Club Historic District. The structure was built in 1900, and at the January 19th Landmark Preservation Commission, the commission determined that this structure was contributing to the Country Club Historic District and set a public hearing for demolition of the structure. On February 3rd of this year, the property was posted with 2 public noticing signs for demolition, one located in the front facade window that you see in this photograph here, and one located on the property fence adjacent to the sidewalk. Notice was also sent out to all RNOs within 200 feet of the property and our preservation partners, which includes Historic Denver, the National Trust, Colorado Preservation, Inc., and the State Historic Preservation Office. So the Country Club Historic District was designated as significant under the following criteria. History, it's part of the development, heritage, and cultural characteristics of the city, state, or nation, and is identified with a group of persons who had some influence on society and exemplifies the cultural, political, economic, and social or historic heritage of the community. It was also designated for its architecture and specifically portraying the environment of a group of people in an era of a historic history characterized by a distinctive architectural style, the work of master architects or builders who had influence on the development of the city, and contains elements of architectural design, materials, or craftsmanship, which represents a significant innovation. And then finally, its geography. It was a distinct part or related to a square, park, or other distinctive area, and should be developed and preserved according to a plan based on historic, cultural, or architectural motif. So the designation ordinance for the Country Club Historic District does not list a period of significance. However, in May of 1995, the design guidelines for the Country Club Historic District were adopted by the Landmark Preservation Commission, and it outlines a period of significance of 1902 through 1945, stating that the L-shaped district includes 380 residents, most of which were constructed during the period of significance of 1902 through 1945. As previously stated, the Denver Assessor Record indicates this structure was constructed prior to that period of significance in early 1900. 1902 East 6th Avenue is a simple one-story structure with a decorative corner quoins, arched window openings, and stone window sills. It does have an asphalt shingle roof. In the 1929 Sanborn Fire Insurance map, a brick one-story dwelling with a full width porch, a partial width rear porch, and one-story addition to the east with a wood shingle roof is noted by an X. The structure form remains intact, although the brick has been painted and the full width porch from the front has been removed and the rear porch has been enclosed. The applicant states that the structure was originally a carriage house dwelling unit. However, Landmark staff have not found any evidence that the structure was originally a carriage house dwelling unit. Evidence indicates that it was an independent dwelling unit. It appears on the 1905 Batiste Real Estate Atlas of Denver, which you can see here. It's very small, but it is noted on this 1905 map. And then on the Sanborn Fire Insurance maps is also noted as a dwelling unit. Development in the Country Club Historic District first began in the early 1900s, so contemporary with this structure, primarily in the Park Club Place addition. Development continued into the mid to late 1920s, moving east into this section of the neighborhood, which is Park Club Lane. And it's representative of various forms of early 20th century architecture. Two-story forms do dominate. However, a number of one-story bungalows, Cape Cods, and other simpler structures can be found in the Park Club Place edition of the historic district. So just for reference, here is a map of the district. This structure is located in the Park Lane Square portion of the district. However, it is contemporary with the Park Club Place development of the district. And this structure is one of the earliest structures in the Williams Park subdivision of the city. So here are some other similar one-story structures within the district, mostly located in the Park Club Place edition. Staff and the Landmark Preservation Commission affirmed that 1920 East 6th Avenue contributes to the significance of the Country Club Historic District under the following criteria. History is part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristic of the city, state, or nation. Architecture, it portrays a group of people in an era characterized by a distinctive architectural style. And geography, a distinct part of it related to a park or square and should be developed and preserved according to a plan. In 1989, this structure was surveyed along with 5 other properties by the State Historic Preservation Office. At that time, they did not find that it was eligible for National Register criteria. However, the local designation criteria is different from National Register criteria, and a structure may be contributing to a historic district and not individually eligible for National Register listing. So Section 30-2 of the Landmark Ordinance states that all structures within a historic district must maintain integrity. And integrity is defined as the ability of a structure or district to convey its historic, geographic, architectural, or cultural significance. To have integrity means that a structure or district can be characterized as belonging to its particular time and place in Denver's history. And there are 7 qualities of integrity, which are location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. So staff evaluated the structure against the 7 aspects of integrity, and we found that 1920 East 6th Avenue is within its original location and on its original lot. As far as the setting, the original lot configuration for 1920 East 6th Avenue has not changed. This was always a smaller lot fronting onto East 6th Avenue. As the neighborhood developed, lots within the district became larger. However, the setting and location of this structure tells the story of the original development patterns of the country club neighborhood. In terms of design, 1920 East 6th Avenue is a simple structure. However, it does have elements of higher design quality, including the brick corner coins, arched window openings, and stone sills, and the decorative gable on hip roof. As already alluded, the 1929 Sanborn Fire Insurance map shows a brick 1-story dwelling unit with a full width porch and partial width rear porch and 1-story addition with a wood shingle roof. Our guidelines do allow for the replacement of a wood shingle roof with asphalt shingle, and the original structure retains its cladding materials. However, the front porch has been removed and the rear porch has been enclosed. The 1989 SHPO survey includes a photograph of the structure that indicates that the windows are replacement windows. However, that does not disqualify a structure from being contributing to a landmark historic district. In terms of workmanship, the brick corner coins, stone window sills, arched window openings, and gable on hip show a higher level of workmanship that is typically seen on a smaller structure of this nature. Finally, we feel that while 1920 East 6th Avenue is not typical of the colonial, Mediterranean, and Tudor revival styles that dominate Park Lane Square section of Country Club, it does hint to the earlier development patterns more typical of the late 1800s and early 1900s. And therefore, we feel that it does retain its feeling of belonging to the neighborhood. And then finally, in terms of association, it is associated with the early development patterns of both the city and the Country Club Historic District. So staff feels that it does retain all 7 aspects of integrity that define integrity. So our guidelines suggest do not demolish contributing buildings to a historic district or historic buildings with an individual landmark designation, and all measures should be taken to retain contributing or landmark structures. So staff are recommending denial of the demolition of this structure as we feel that 1920 East 6th Avenue is contributing to the Country Club Historic District as one of its earliest structures. It's architecturally representative of the 20th century and retains a high level of integrity. And the structure does contribute to the understanding of the development of the Country Club Historic District and the city.
All right, Brittany, thank you very much. Commissioners, have you any questions for Brittany at this point? No? All right. Okay, then the applicant, is the applicant present?
Yep, Emily is going to move the applicant over. I'm going to switch over to slides, so the screen is going to change a little bit for everyone.
Okay. Emily, is the applicant here yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see all of them, but I'm going to move them over right now. I'm moving Jeff.
Great.
Right, my whole screen changed. Hold on.
It's Emily, it's the 2 with the hands up in the attendees.
What's that?
They both have their hands up, just to make it a little easier for you.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Now
And so when to the applicants, when you move over to panelists and you're ready to go, what we'll do is I'll control the slides. You just tell me when to switch them.
Okay, great. And then to the applicants, you will be given 10 minutes to talk about your project. And for each person speaking, before you start to speak, if you could please give your full name and your address for our record, please. Oh, and Jen will hold up the timer on her cell phone, so you'll see where you are with the time.
Everybody should be moved over.
Okay, great. You all can be anytime.
Okay, my name is Thomas DeJong and my address is 1842 Pioneer Circle in Lafayette. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Stallings, and essentially I'm an attorney and also a former chairman of the board for the zoning committee in Lafayette, which also has a historic district. So she has requested that I kind of assist her through guiding through the process itself. Now, as far as the meeting here, it's my understanding that it is only for the determination of whether or not that total demolition is applicable to this structure. And clearly it's on a case-by-case basis. So we look at this one individually and very specific. On the screen that we have before you, we have the screen, we have the building itself showing the alleys to the west and to the east and with the 6th Avenue to the north. And basically at this point, it's our belief that the applicant deserves the opportunity to improve the property with a replacement structure that solves significant issues with the structure, such as replacing a non-habitable cellar, the stacked brick foundation, as also the issues with the east bump out being so close to the alley where the existing structure has been struck by vehicles, multiple occasions by vehicles using that for turnarounds or also with the neighborhoods. The total demolition would be allowed to remedy these situations. And basically the determination of whether or not the total demolition is applicable is so that the applicant cannot do the significant or spending of the significant resources of time and money to properly design a replacement structure. Now, since a replacement structure is not being offered, it's understood that the demolition permit will not be approved today. Now we could see on that eastern side, if we could slide to the next slide, please. The alley itself is so tight that the eastern bump out, and we can see by the tire tracks that essentially people using that eastern have to actually enter the property or that they are basically bumping onto that structure. So a replacement structure would be able to remove that bump out as well as remedy that situation. Now, with regards to the determination that this was a contributing structure, after reviewing the last meeting, it's my understanding is that there is no historical significance to this structure, meaning that there were no infamous or famous owners. There's no architectural or architectures that were associated with the building of this. There were no events at this structure. So essentially the historical aspect is just based upon its age and date of construction. There's no cultural, geographic, obviously it's within the country club district, but the significance was basically put on the architectural features of the structure. Now, applicant intends to follow the spirit and guidelines of the replacement structure because as she previously had stated, she basically lacks some pride in the structure because it's been identified as being an eyesore, that it's so small and it doesn't comport with the surrounding neighborhood. Also, the country club district is generally characterized as being large homes with spaciousness around it. Clearly, the alleys on these sides will allow for a spaciousness feeling. And if you could go on to the next slides, please. These next three slides basically show the existing public vantage points of the parcel. And it's from directly across 6th Avenue, because 6th Avenue is the public vantage point. And we could see that currently the public really doesn't have a vantage ability to see the property itself. Replacement structure, including a landscaping design, would allow the applicant to use a replacement structure that was expected to integrate the architectural features. And then part of the landscaping design would then allow for the actual visual seeing of the structure. Now, as far as the goals of the district was to preserve the integrity of the district, maintain spaciousness, keeping front yard setbacks, and maintaining a variety of architectural styles while reinforcing common architectural characteristics. And then basically within the Country Club district, they talk about maintaining a variety of architectural styles where new designs that reinterpret the traditional elements in creative ways are encouraged. So for all intents and purposes, again, the applicant wants to have a replacement structure that essentially would meet the intent of the Country Club district, such that it is characterized as far as the neighborhood is concerned. Now, the next slides basically show that is Race Street, immediately due east. We can see that they are all large two-story structures of similar four-square design. The next slide should be 595, which is the property immediately next to on the east side of the avenue. The next slide should be High Street, which is on the other side. Again, we see two-story Denver Square construction with some of the architectural features that are included in the existing property. Now, as far as a motion, right now we have a motion to deny, and I'd like to provide an alternate motion such that the board would move to conditionally approve the application number 2020 LM Demo 014 for the total demolition of 1920 East 6th Ave, with the specific condition that the replacement structure designed through the collaborative efforts of applicant, Denver Zoning Department, and the Landmark Preservation Committee conforms to the characteristics and integrity of the Country Club Historic District. The replacement structure shall be designed and constructed to include the significant architectural features present in the existing structure, such as the building materials, coins, as well as the punch windows with decorative arches and stone windowsills. And that basically ends my presentation. I'd like to leave a few moments for Ms. Stallings. Ms. Stallings, is there something you'd like to add?
Certainly, and please, Ms. Stallings, give your full name and address, please.
My name is KJ Stallings, and my address is 8019 South Niagara Way, Centennial.
Thank you.
I lived in this house from 1990 through September 2002 with 3 young children. I experienced firsthand the issues that this house presents. The house with the current structure does not have any way of stopping or dampening the noise and vibrations that result from the heavy traffic along 6th Avenue. The house is incredibly small with a single bathroom and a single story. It is bounded on the east side by a 10-foot wide abandoned alley, on the west side by a public alley, and on the north by 6th Avenue. Only 47.5 linear feet are not bounded by roadway. The abandoned alley on the east runs parallel to the east wall of the house. It was originally 5 foot away from the east wall. However, the city confiscated a portion of the property along the full length of the alley to address discrepancies in their survey marks, bringing the alley closer to the east wall. This has caused a very narrow corridor for vehicles using the alley. One neighbor's garage is actually on the edge of the alley, their garage doors facing the east wall. There is no turnaround for safe entry nor exit to the garage, and vehicles backing out from that garage have hit the east wall. The east wall has also been hit by other vehicles turning around in the abandoned alley. This has caused cracks that run from the foundation to the roof. When I first decided to apply for demolition, I read through the landmark preservation section of the Denver City and County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30. The house was not designated a contributing structure at the time. The criteria to make the house a contributing structure, as I read it, was a house should be considered for historic designation if a historic person or event occurred there. A historic architect designed the house. the house lends to a cultural history, or if the house is in a geographical district and the house is within the period of significance. The only criteria that this house meets out of those four is that the geographic district, which is the Denver Country Club, however, it does not fall into the period of significance for that district, which is 1902 through 1945. Moreover, the house does not exhibit the prominent character of the country club, specifically the character of the Park Lane Square sub-district in which a house is located, that character being large houses with exquisite architectural design and a feeling of spaciousness. It does not fit in. I would like to be able to demolish the existing house and replace it with a home that conforms more closely with the architecture found in the country club district. Now, the landmark committee in our last meeting mentioned a fondness for the windows and coins in the original house. I think those features could be easily incorporated into the new house, even using the original bricks and stone blocks when salvageable.
Ms. Stollies, that's the end of the 10-minute presentation from the applicants. Thank you very, very much, both of you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicants? I don't see any there. Okay, great. So I will now open the public hearing. So are there any people from the public that would like to speak, Jen?
Yeah, we have one hand raised, Keith Pryor. Keith, I'm gonna allow you to unmute yourself, and let me reset the timer.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks, Keith.
Great. Sorry, it's a little noisy, but so this house exhibits great character. It has a lot that contributes to this district. And given that the commissioners last week found it a contributing structure within an overall district, if this house were to be demolished, it would set an unprecedented precedent to have a contributing structure demolished within a contributing district. And speaking from Curtis Park Historic District, we have never had a contributing structure demolished. And this would set a really unfortunate and dangerous precedent if this house were to be granted to have demolition. We do allow for demolition of partial for an addition to allow it to add to the character of the district, but this house has met all of the criteria. The commission has determined that it is a contributing structure. And as such, if it were to be demolished, it would be a significant loss, not only to the country club, but to the entire city itself. And again, set a unreal precedent going forward as to what would be considered allowable for demolition. So I strongly oppose this demolition and encourage the staff to not allow this to be demolished and to allow it to be remaining a contributing structure to a great district and the city of Denver. So thank you for your time. And I do hope that we save this structure. Thank you.
Keith, I know you always say your name and address, but this time you didn't. Could you add that?
Sorry. It is Keith Pryor, 2418 Champa Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205.
Thank you. Let's see, Don O'Hare has his hand up, so I will allow you, nope, cancel, that's not what I'm doing, allow to talk because you're using an older version of Zoom. So I can promote you as a panelist, but I can't unmute you. So you're gonna have to, I'll promote you and then you'll have to unmute yourself, Don, when you're ready.
Thank you. I have unmuted myself. My name is Donald O'Hare. I live here at 595 Race Street. I own the house, and it was mentioned in the presentation. So I feel like the need to correct maybe some inaccurate characterizations. First, going forward from the staff meeting at which the recommended declination of the demolition was made, there was a representation made by the owner that the house is essentially unsellable. On information and belief, there have been offers for that house that would result in certainly market rates for the house, taking into account the condition that it's in. Very strong appreciation, as within the rest of the neighborhood. So I think the record needs to reflect that. It may not be strictly relevant to this proceeding, but I don't want the record to stand uncorrected. Second point is there was some discussion about the turnaround in the alley and there being people who have run into the wall. I've lived here for 15 years now, and I'm not aware of that happening. My garage backs onto that same alley. It's not an abandoned alley in the sense that it is still in service of my house and my neighbor's house, 585 Ray Street. And so the alley is being used and it's effective. It is not a wide alley. I have no problem accessing my garage. Certainly have never had any contact with the house. Neither has anyone else trying to turn around in the alley or anything like that. The alley is a dead end that is really in service of 595 Race and 585 Race. This house, the 1920 house, doesn't really need access to the alley because it has the through alley on the west side. The other thing I want to note is there's kind of a shifting target here because the application as it was initially made said the plan was to demolish it and then to consider perhaps rebuilding something else, retaining the east wall. Well, if the east wall is a problem because it's on the alley, why on earth are you proposing to retain the east wall? That contradicts the presentation we've heard today. I don't know what the ultimate plan is, but none of these things are responsive to the historic. I'm sorry.
Your time is up.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't see any other hands raised. You're muted, Julie.
Sorry about that, everybody. There aren't any other comments from the public then, Jen?
No other hands raised, no.
No. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid, I mean, is it Jen? He apparently wants to make a comment, but I don't think that we can do that since he's already had his 10 minutes.
That's correct, yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Zhang. All right. If there are no other speakers that wish to make a public comment, then I will close the public hearing and the commission will go into deliberation. All right, commissioners, please tell me what you are thinking.
Julie, this is Brad. I'll start in.
Thanks, Brad.
I think going through this, I am in agreement with staff's recommendation to deny the application. I think that as we discussed before, this house meets criteria that we've been reviewing against the history, architecture, and the geography. So that's where I'm landing right now.
Thank you very much, Brad. Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
Madam Chair, I'll echo that. I agree. I think that the fact that the house is a little unique in its size and its earlier date is a part of the story of the neighborhood, as staff mentioned, that isn't as visible in some of the larger houses. And so I find not only architecturally but it's an interesting earlier layer of the district here. So I'm in agreement and supportive of the denial on this one as well.
All right. Gary, Erica, Ann, any other comments, further comments?
Yeah, this is Erica. I agree with staff's recommendation and what Brad and Graham have stated already. I would also add that while the house apparently predates the period of significance as determined by the design guidelines by a few years, it has been present in the country club district for the entirety of the period of significance. And of course, that's part of what helps define what makes the district significant. So while I understand the confusion, I think it's worth pointing out that it has been present during the entire period of significance and is another factor in its contributing status.
Okay, thanks, Erica. Adam, I see that you've joined our group. Did you wish to tell us something?
Yes, Adam Hernandez, Assistant City Attorney. I just want to remind the commissioners that you have already made the determination that this structure is contributing. So what your purview is today is now to determine whether demolition of this structure meets the guidelines. And if you look at Brittany's staff report, that's where the citation to the specific guideline is 2.55. So I just want to make sure, Commission, you understand what you are basing determination on right now. You've already made the determination of a contributing status, and so now it is whether this structure meets the guidelines for demolition.
Adam, thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Okay, all right. I don't see any other comments from the commissioners. So commissioners, is there someone that would like to make a motion?
This is Erica. I can make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to deny application 2020-LMDEMO-014 for the total demolition of 1920 East 6th Avenue as non-contributing to the Country Club Historic District as per Design Guideline 2.55, character defining features for the Country Club Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Erica. Brittany, did you want to say something?
Hold up, we need a second first.
Oh, okay. Do I have a second from the commissioners first?
Well, second.
Graham, thank you. Brittany.
We'll need a friendly amendment to strike non-contributing from that motion. My apologies for that mistake.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Do I hear a friendly amendment?
Madam Chair, I'll make the friendly amendment to remove non-contributing from the motion.
Erica, do you accept the amendment?
I do.
Excellent, thank you. All right, let us do a roll call vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. The motion as presented has passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We have one more item in public hearing. And once again, that is Brittany.
Julie?
Yes.
The applicant has their hand raised. So if you could address the applicant wanting to speak.
Oh, okay, I can't see it, so.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. To the applicant, what is your question?
Oh, no, it was, okay. I'll unmute them, allow them to talk.
Okay.
You can unmute yourself, Thomas.
Yes, can you be heard?
Yes.
Okay, I was really trying to get some discussion in before the actual motion was taken care of, because just wanted to state that in response to Mr. Pryor, that previous approval does not necessitate setting a precedent for approval for future projects that any appear to be any similar. So, it was my understanding is that there was not going to be a precedent set with regards to whatever decision was made today. And then I just never got a chance to discuss some of the guidelines in section
Understood,
25.
but you also had 10 minutes and unfortunately your time was up, and the time for that discussion was during the 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, commissioners. Let's go on then to our second public hearing for the day. This is 2021-LMDEMO-015, which is 18300 West Alameda Parkway. And Brittany is the staff person in charge. Once again, Brittany.
I'm just gonna change the PowerPoint. So our next application is for demolition of the South Pedestrian Bridge ramp at Red Rocks Amphitheater and Park. The commission has reviewed this request on numerous occasions. First on May 21st, 2019. At that meeting, the commission continued the application in order to ascertain some more information from the applicant, which included a inspection report, analysis, and on the structure as to whether or not it could be rehabilitated, and consultation with an expert in the field. So those items were provided to the commission, and this returned to the commission for review on July 9th, 2019. At that time, the commission was concerned about the analysis provided by the engineering firm, which is Jacobs, as they did have an in-house professional do that analysis. So the commission did request that it be an independent third-party analysis of the structural condition of the bridge. And the commission also determined at the July 9th, 2019, that the structure was contributing to the Red Rocks Historic District and did merit a public hearing for demolition. So this project then was put on the back burner, and the applicant's focus became shoring up of the pedestrian bridge. So in October of 2015, October 15th, 2019, the commission reviewed a shoring plan to be temporary for 3 years for the structural bridge. And after a very extensive public outreach process, the applicant is now returning with the demolition request of this bridge and a replacement plan, which, if the demolition is approved, we will review the replacement plan next. However, if the commission denies the demolition, we will not hear the replacement plan. So the public hearing for demolition was set on January 19th. And then this structure was posted for demolition notice on February 3rd. A demolition posting sign was placed at the bottom of the bridge, at the lower bridge, and then at the top of the bridge. A demolition posting sign was also placed at the trading post, and then an additional demolition sign was placed at the top of the amphitheater. So a total of 4 demolition signs were posted on this property. As a reminder, the South Pedestrian Ramp is a large elevated ramp consisting of 2 ramp structures that extend over 500 feet from the north edge of the upper south lot and around to the eastern side of Shiprock, cutting through Shiprock to meet the southeast entrance of the amphitheater. The bridge is constructed of steel and concrete with a 13-foot wide concrete deck and is supported with 2 steel columns, one on the upper deck and then one on the lower deck, with a retaining wall between the two where the ramp actually meets the rock formation. The existing metal handrail was replaced in 2000, and the concrete deck has been covered with an asphalt material. The historical record for the date of construction for the South Pedestrian Ramp is somewhat ambiguous. Blueprints for the bridge date to 1946. However, the design of the bridge as constructed varies slightly from the blueprints, and articles from the Denver Post show photographs of the bridge from a 1946 event, yet another article suggests that the bridge was constructed in 1954. It is clear that the bridge is not directly associated with the initial work of the CCC to the amphitheater and park, and the bridge was not identified as contributing in the Denver Landmark Designation Ordinance. However, it is a contributing feature in the National Historic Landmark designation, and within the time frame discussed as significant in the National Register and Denver Landmark designation. And again, the commission did determine that it was a contributing portion of the district. So the applicant is requesting to demolish the existing bridge due to concerns over efflorescence evident on the underside of the bridge. And I do have some photos of that. The slide is not changing though. Efflorescence on the underside, potential deterioration of structural components as a result of the efflorescence, and delamination of the concrete deck. There's also concerns that this bridge doesn't meet structural requirements, and there is a significant amount of deflection that occurs in this rounded corner of the bridge due to its placement on the rock and its distance from the supporting pier. Here you can just see some photos of the deterioration. These were previously presented to the commission. I have a few of these that we will go through. So here you just see some corrosion and efflorescence on the bridge structure. And then you have some concrete core samples of the bridge that were pulled out. You can see some of them are very deteriorated in nature. And then here is the bridge as shored based on the commission approval in October of 2019. A large structural I-beam has been placed on the underside of the bridge. Another I-beam is placed on the supporting pier, and then there is a vertical member that extends from the pier up to the rounded corner of the deck to accommodate that deflection that I mentioned. And then the applicant, when they were also temporary shoring it, have removed some of the facing from the side of the bridge, exposing that and showing more deterioration. So at the July meeting, again, the commission found that the demolition of the bridge merited a public hearing and requested a third-party review of the bridge. The landmark staff and actually the landmark chair, Kelly Wemple, reached out to JVA Consulting and Engineering, and they evaluated the findings in the Jacobs letter and found that they were correct, and that they affirmed the findings and that the bridge was structurally non-redundant. My staff report does say redundant, but everywhere it says redundant, it should say non-redundant. So I do apologize for that. And that no exceptions to the current code would allow the bridge to continue in service without life safety concerns. So currently the bridge is still used in operation, but only 30 people are allowed on the bridge at any one time, and they have staff stationed at the bottom and top of the bridge anytime that there's a large event at Red Rocks to prevent more than 30 people from stepping onto the bridge. The letter from JVA also states that the bridge cannot successfully be rehabilitated without compromising the historic nature and aesthetics of the bridge. The applicant has also agreed to additional documentation of the bridge. My staff report says it will be a HABS level, but it will actually be HARES level documentation, not HABS level documentation. So I do apologize for that. But staff are recommending approval of the demolition of this bridge. We do feel that it is a architectural feature of Red Rocks, and guideline 2.12 states replace architectural features that cannot be repaired and replace only portions that are deteriorated beyond repair. So the south pedestrian ramp is an architectural feature. It is not directly associated with Hoyt's work, the work of the CCC or Stanley Morse. The structural evaluations of the bridge indicate that they pose a significant threat to life safety and are severely deteriorated and could not successfully be rehabilitated without compromising the historic nature and aesthetics of the bridge. And as I stated previously, only 30 persons are allowed on the bridge at a time. This temporary shoring has altered some of that historic nature of the bridge, which you can see in this image here with those I-beams attached. And the commission only approved that to be in place for 3 years. So after a 3-year period, they would have to come back to the commission to address more temporary shoring measures if they cannot replace this bridge structure. And so staff feel at this juncture, the condition of the bridge should be addressed and that the demolition is merited at this time. And a replacement of this bridge structure will allow Red Rock's southeast entrance to be used as it has historically been used, and support the use of Red Rocks as an amphitheater space, which is paramount to its designation. So we are recommending conditional approval with the condition that a replacement plan be approved prior to demolition.
Great, Brittany, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Brittany? I don't see any. Okay. Is the applicant present?
Yes, there's a few of them, and
Okay,
I'm moving
great.
them over.
Okay, great. Are they present?
I think I got everybody. There was
Okay.
one that was not. Tad is not.
Yeah, his hand's
Here.
raised. He's up at the top.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Quit moving around. Okay, gotcha.
All
All right, thank you.
Oh, Emily, thank you. To the applicants, collectively, you have 10 minutes to talk about the project. And before you speak, please give your full name and your address for the records, please. Oh, and Jen will have the timer from her cell phone so that you can see where the group is with their time.
Yeah, and you'll have to unmute yourselves.
Yep.
Jen, I don't know if you want to open their presentation.
Right, thank you.
And I think that's what you were about to say, Beth.
Yeah, I was also going to ask if you wanted us to introduce ourselves ahead of the presentation or as we speak.
Please speak. If you could give your name and address.
This is Tad. Should I start? Is it okay?
Hold
Absolutely.
on a second, Tad. Hold on.
Okay.
Because I need to do this and too many things at once. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Tad.
So I'll start really quick, and I won't take too much time because I want Beth to be able to have a chance to go through the presentation. I'm Tad Bowman. I'm the venue director at Red Rocks, and yes, we've come to you guys a couple of times on this particular project. It's obviously a really important project because we want to be careful in what we're doing up at Red Rocks, and this is really about, you know, what's the long-term life up there, and how does this south ramp work for the amphitheater. We have taken a lot of care in sort of what we're doing here, and I think it's for the replacement part. When we get to the replacement part of the conversation, we have discussed this with and worked with several stakeholders, including Historic Denver, History Colorado, National Park Service, Friends of Red Rocks, Colorado Preservation Inc. to really help to inform what the design of the replacement would be. So this is really about sort of what the long term is and what that removal and replacement might be. So really appreciate being here today with you guys, and I'm going to let Beth take over from here to just talk about this particular first piece of it.
Sure. Thanks, Ted, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about the project. Can you flip to the next slide? As Brittany had mentioned in her intro or her staff report, we'll talk about the two structures that are here, and just so everybody's aware, we kind of have identified these as lower structure, the walkway path between, and the upper structure, as we have that terminology as we go through. You flip to the next slide, please. You all have a brief history of in the application packet, although, like Brittany said, I think everybody is pretty well aware of the site and its history. For the project key dates, what you'll see here is that over the last 2 years, we've worked to really assess the structure, implement some mitigation pieces to the project, and then also turn around and assess and evaluate our next steps. Next slide, please. Brittany mentioned the structure assessment report. The goals for our report was really to identify anything in addition to what we saw from Dottie for the inspection with drone photography and non-destructive testing. We assessed the existing structure for the capacity that it could hold. We discussed the results with Dottie within their asset realm and evaluated the replacement structures and compared the alternatives to determine the recommendation that we have. Next slide, please. I'm gonna walk through with the existing structure. I'm gonna walk through quickly. Brittany went through a few of these, so I'll go pretty quick through these. But she identified a few of the items that were of concern or deficiencies on the existing structure. The concrete efflorescence that we see, it's really just water seeping through the concrete. In relation to this, it was exacerbated evidently from the asphalt that was put on top of it because there was no waterproofing membrane. So it really just is, it's holding that water in there and exacerbating the issue even further. We have the single pier, the steel pier at that, that has the failing paint system, which leads to some levels of corrosion. It's also a closed system, and so there's not really any efficient or way that we can have routine inspections on the inside of the pier to determine those levels of corrosion on there. We have some areas that we're showing corrosion on the girders for the bridge. You can see some here right where it meets with the deck. And really those are the areas that we can't inspect because everything on the girder at those locations is covered. And then we have some areas of corrosion near the girder connections. And these connections are really pretty critical to the integrity of the girder because this is where it all ties together to make a continuous system. So if you could click one more time, those are the two connection points that are really in question. One is a welded joint and one is a bolted joint, but those are the two locations that we are identifying some corrosion near them. Like I mentioned, critical to the integrity of the girders. Next slide. So I'm going to flip back to what you see in the snapshot here for the existing structure. Click one time, please. So these are the two girders that you see, the two steel beams on either side of the bridge. And click one more time. That holds up the deck here. So you can see where we're getting that flush underside is really where everything ties together on the bottom side of the structure. And that flange on the girder is what's holding up the bridge for the walking surface. So thank you. This system is identified as a non-redundant system, and that was what the term that Brittany was referencing. It's really that we don't have enough members to carry the load if one member would become weak or fail. In this system, we really only have the two girders, so there's not enough members there. Click one more time. To add to it on this structure in particular, we have steel girders, which means they're fracture critical members. Any fracture critical members are basically any steel tension member. When it would fail, it would cause collapse of the bridge. So between these two systems or these two elements together, if you could click one more time, essentially if one girder would go away due to either a loss of capacity or to failure altogether, you can see that we only have the one girder on the other side to hold the whole system up. It just isn't redundant enough to hold the system. Hold the system, and so this is the life safety concern that we were speaking to earlier. She mentioned the shoring construction, and then she also mentioned the operation plan that was implemented to limit the number of pedestrians that are on there. And I think she kind of covered this. So I'll skip past this slide pretty quickly here. One of the things that was helpful in this process when they did the shoring construction, if you could click one time, you can see that's the girder that I mentioned earlier. Click one more time. That's the cover plate that you see in the photo. So you can see that it's covered on that side. What you can also kind of see in the blueprint is that the inside is also restricted from access for inspection because it's all encapsulated in the deck and the curb of concrete. So there's really no access to this outside of taking off that cover plate to see the true condition of the girders. Even with that, when we take off the cover plate, we could see that there were areas of corrosion that she mentioned. We can expect the same thing to be happening on the other side of the girder where it's holding up the deck, but that's the side that we don't have any true way to inspect and ensure the capacity of it. We also recognize the importance of the outside verification. So we did have our historic bridge specialist, John Hinman, review the report and provide comments. And then she mentioned the JBA letter that concurred with the life safety issues and the inability to to further support the structure without impacting the historic nature and aesthetic. So our recommendation would be to provide a new structure that is compatible with the character defining features of the existing structure and of course the surrounding park. Provide inspection access for Dottie to be able to fully inspect it for life safety, and then provide it with more reliability for with redundant members. And at this point, I would like to pass it over to Jeff Berna, who is our historic resource lead, and he'll walk through the documentation.
Yeah, thank you, Beth. Next slide, please. Yes. So what I'd like to do then is we know there's a substantial amount of documentation already prepared, and we've reviewed that. But in our review, we did note that I think the house is probably very much the context that we're looking to fulfill. The detail and photography as it relates to the structures themselves was lacking. So we feel that that is part of the record that could be augmented. And because of that, then we propose doing some hair documentation that's specific to the south ramp and its two structures that we're recommending for demolition. And what that would provide us is some of these large format black and white photographs that we don't have currently, and then also providing more detailed information on the engineering aspects, especially as Beth mentioned that we do vary slightly from what was in the blueprints. So it'd be important to document that. And then we can relate it also back to the house documentation. So we don't want to repeat everything that's been done. There's a great amount of information available, but we do want to augment it to tell the full story of these, the ramp and its two structures. Next slide. Back to you, Beth.
Yeah, so I think that completes our presentation. I did want to mention that she mentioned there were several folks. We do have 2 folks from Dottie on the phone if we had any questions related to their side that were specific for them to answer.
All right, Beth, thank you very much. And the rest of the applicants, thank you very much for your comments. Commissioners, any questions? Oh, go ahead, Jen.
Really quickly, none of them gave addresses, so we would need your names and addresses for all of you.
Okay.
You gave us clear instructions and we still didn't follow them.
and I didn't notice, so. Okay, addresses, please.
I'll go first. Beth Tosty, address for Jacobs is 717 17th Street, Suite 2750 in Denver.
Thank you.
Jeff Berna, 29611 Fairview Drive.
Great.
Thank you.
Tad Bowman, 4600 Humboldt Street, Denver 80216.
Great, Tad, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, does anyone have any questions for any of the applicants or for those from Dottie? Brad.
I got a couple questions. Maybe these are a little more broad, but I was just wondering what the typical lifespan for a structure like this would be estimated. I mean, is it a 50-year, 60 years? Is it right up against that? And then just sort of another general question, but the lack of redundancy, was that common in this era and bridge design, or is that something that was sort of just lacking from this design in general, I guess?
Sure. I'll try to tackle the first question you were asking about the life of the structure. In the time that this was built, the design specifications would have, if I remember right, I think they had it for a 50-year service life. So they would have been designing it for 50 years. Obviously, sometimes service life exceeds design life. That's essentially where we are right now with this structure. Is we're almost nearing the 75-year mark, which is what the current design codes would be, is for 75 years. And so at this point, you have a service life that's exceeding the design life. Does that help answer that question?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
And then as far as the second one, there are some structures that have non-redundant members. As far as the time frame and whether that was more common than another, I'm not sure I can answer that question entirely, because I think there's still to this day some bridges that have non-redundant members. The difference is the materials. For us in the structure realm, when you have two steel girders, it's much more critical to nature for the bridge than it is if you had two concrete girders, because the failure mechanisms are different. Concrete has a more long-term failure. You can see things happening, and steel is a more brittle failure where, like I mentioned, is when it fractures, it collapses. So it's a very different failure mechanism, and so that relates to the redundancy piece.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Beth. Are there any other questions, commissioners? I don't see any others. Okay, great. Jen, do we have members from the public who would like to
Did you open the public hearing?
Oh, we will open the public hearing, at which point any community members who wish to speak are allowed to do so for 3 minutes each. Jen, do we have anyone?
Yep, we have two people whose hands are raised. So the first one is Jay Homestead, and I will allow you to unmute yourself. And when you're ready to talk, I will start the timer. But we do need your name and address.
Sure, thank you. My name is Jay Homestead. I work for a local nonprofit, Historic Denver, located at 1420 Ogden Street. And I'm actually here on behalf of Annie Levinsky, our executive director, as she participated in several conversations and meetings about this feature over the last few months. So we want to thank the representatives of Arts and Venues for that engagement, as it's helped us and other stakeholders get more comfortable with the approach, and hope that a similar process, which also took place related to a new proposed stage, is also replicated in the future when alterations are considered at Red Rocks. We do lament losing a contributing feature of the National Historic Landmark, but appreciate the extra analysis that this commission is required and that Arts and Venues has undertook to explore the options even further. Our team did have an opportunity to offer feedback and suggestions on the proposed replacement structure, and those comments were taken into account and are reflected in the most recent renderings. These comments sought to honor the existing structure's lightness, the longer span, and the sense that it is floating within the natural environment rather than competing with it. And while it is not always the case with a replacement structure, we are supportive of using a color for the concrete that reflects the red rust tones of the existing structure and the rock formations to ensure consistency with the natural environment. Therefore, we support the necessary action to address the safety issues that exist relative to the existing structure, including demolishing and replacing that structure. Of course, Historic Denver does concur that demolition should not occur until the replacement has been fully approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Jen, do we have another person?
And the next person is Susan Gualcas, and I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name, and I mispronounced Jay's last name, so apologize for that too. So Susan, when you're ready to unmute yourself, you can go ahead.
Hi, I'm Susan Gucas, and I am at 7549 East 122nd Place, Thornton 80602, and I am representing Friends of Red Rocks.
Great, thank you, Susan.
The South Ramp has been designated by this body as a contributing feature to the historic designation of Red Rocks Park and Amphitheater, and it is an architecturally and historically significant structure in its own right. For that reason, any decision to demolish this structure must be taken very seriously, and demolition should be avoided unless there is truly no other option. In this case, the South Ramp is used and will continue to be used by tens of thousands of visitors every year, and we must keep them safe. Because demolition is unfortunately necessary to protect human life, the next best option is to replicate the structure. Arts and Venues presents a design that is much safer and looks almost exactly like the existing structure. The design before you is a result of feedback from several meetings with stakeholders, including a representative from Friends of Red Rocks, and we applaud this process. For these reasons, we recommend approval of the demolition of the existing structure and of the proposed mask, form, and context for the new South Ramp at Red Rocks Park and Amphitheater. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Jen, is anyone else interested in speaking?
I don't see any other hands raised, and I do apologize for totally mangling your last name, Susan.
Lucas, that's fine.
I get it all
All
the
right.
time with mine.
Doesn't happen with mine. I don't know why. All right. So that we don't have anyone else who wishes to make a public comment, then I will close the public hearing portion of this and go on into deliberation. Commissioners, what are your thoughts, please?
I think I'd just like to start by echoing the appreciation for the follow-up here. I know that the design team has done a lot to, with peer reviews and others, provide a lot of information that we've asked for. And I think with each presentation, it's helped to complete that picture. And so yeah, I know that there's a lot of effort and takes a lot of time on behalf of many people, but I just wanted to note that and say thanks again for working through this as a team together. So I appreciate all that has been presented.
Yeah, I'm with you, Graham. I very much appreciate that. I also appreciate how it delayed the project, and everybody has a time frame. And so it really is important to us. So thank you very much. Other commissioners?
This is Erica. I'll just add, I might have, or maybe should have mentioned at the beginning that I had seen this project when I was at History Colorado in its very early stages and had commented on behalf of the State Historic Preservation Office in regards to its kind of effect on the National Historic Landmark and National Register designation. That doesn't present any conflict of interest. I just have a little bit of background with this project. But I was aware that this went through a much longer process than maybe originally envisioned, just to make sure that the commission had a full picture of why demolition was necessary. And I think that picture has been fully painted. And so I echo what Graham and Julie have said as far as the effort put into that. And I think that it's clear that this bridge should be addressed and that it can't be retained and still retain its historic aesthetic and the way it sits within the landscape, which is one of the reasons why it's so important to Red Rocks. So just a long way of saying that I support the demolition application, and thank you for the applicants for all their efforts.
Thank you, Erica. Other commissioners wish to comment?
Can I comment?
Sure.
Hi, this is Anne. And I agree with what the other commissioners have said. And I also think that it's important to note that that this bridge is in support of a really also great piece of historic and important architecture that's been so vital to this part of this site that it is used in ways that probably was never foreseen in the very beginning when the bridge was done. And so I think that I really, really appreciate also, to echo what everyone said, the efforts everyone's gone to look and see if there's any viable way of keeping it. But I think that the reason that we're here is because the Red Rocks itself is just so wildly successful as a as a venue and as a historic piece of architecture, that's one of the reasons we find ourselves here, which is actually sort of a great thing.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Anne. Brad or Gary wish to opine?
No, I'm in support of the demolition as long as an approved replacement plan is in place. So
All righty.
that's what we're here for in this one. Yep.
All right. Okay. Do I hear a motion from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, this is Brad. I move to conditionally approve application number 2021-LMDEMO-015 for the demolition of the South Pedestrian Bridges at 18300 West Alameda Parkway, Red Rocks Amphitheater and Park, as per design guidelines 2.12, character defining features for the Red Rocks Amphitheater, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report with the conditions that a replacement plan be approved prior to demolition.
Thank you, Brad. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second.
I think Graham beat you on that one, Erica. Thank you, Graham. All right, we'll do a roll call vote then. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
Julie? Oh, I also, that's me. I also vote aye. So the motion passes. The public hearing portion of our meeting is now closed. And not by coincidence, our next up in the design review projects is 2021-COA-045 18300 West Alameda Parkway, Red Rocks. And that is Brittany's project as well.
I'm just gonna wait for the PowerPoint to pop.
Yeah,
back up.
something
Yeah,
happened
sorry.
on the screen.
This is
Oops.
not doing what it's supposed to. So just give me a sec.
Imagine that.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get Brittany to be the screen share, but it's not. There we go. Or the remote control. There you go, Brittany. It's all you.
Okay, great. So this is for the phase 1 mass form and context for the replacement plan of the South Pedestrian Bridge. So per some comments that I heard referenced before, this will be reviewed through a 2-step process similar to the stage replacement, where first the commission will review the overall massing, form, and context of the replacement plan. And then the phase 2, the commission will review the design details. Provided that it makes it through those 2 phases, we will then issue a certificate of appropriateness, which will allow for the demolition of the existing structure and the applicant to move forward with permitting of the replacement plan. So again, today we're just looking at the phase 1. Just a reminder of the location of the bridge adjacent to Shiprock and the existing bridge structure. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing structure with a new structure that respects the character defining features of the existing bridge structure and to provide maximum life safety. The new structure will consist of 2 bridges, a lower and upper section, and the walkway that extends around the eastern edge of Shiprock and allows entrance into the southeast entrance of the amphitheater. The natural red rock will remain undisturbed, and the new structure will maintain a curvilinear trail alignment, which you can see here. Use of pier supports for the upper and lower structure. Natural stone for the retaining wall face, and that is on the walkway section that exists currently. Smooth concrete finishes, a similar vertical grade, and a proportional relationship between the elements. Modifications to the design include increasing the depth deck from 13.5 inches to 14. However, the overall walkway width will remain 12 inches to align with the existing trails. Restoration of the original handrail design from the original drawings / photographs of the South Pedestrian ramp. So they will not be replicating the existing handrail design, but will be returning to the original handrail design intent from the original drawings. A slight adjustment of the upper bridge form and placement of the concrete pier to create a safer bridge, and slight adjustment of the lower bridge pier as well. And then the pier forms will also be adjusted. So here you can see the existing bridge in a light gray with the proposed bridge on top of it. And then also it has the overlay of the topography at the site. So again, you can see how that pier on the upper bridge is moving slightly forward. And then same with the lower structure, that pier will be moving slightly forward. And you can see slight adjustment to the placement of the bridge, but it's still generally following the form and will still have that curve that is proposed. So this is the lower structure, the existing conditions. And here we have the replacement conditions. It's very similar on the lower structure. Again, the biggest adjustment is movement of that pier slightly forward and then widening of that pier. But the new pier will have a proportional relationship to the new elements that are existing. And then restoration of a handrail that replicates the original design intent. This is the existing upper structure. So you can see it's supported by that steel pier. And then it has that curvilinear form. And then here is the proposed replacement bridge. Again, slight moving of that concrete. Well, it will be concrete, but we'll review that in the phase 2. So right now we're just looking at the massing. So slight adjustment to that pier to move forward slightly, and then slightly adjustment to that curve and placement, but generally within the same location and design. This is the original steel pier that you can see here. It will have, it does have a base to it, and then it has a slight taper, and then it supports the bridge. The replacement pier, sorry, it's on the same page, my apologies. So the the existing is on the left side, and then the replacement is on the right. And you can see it's similar in design, but just slightly different profile from the existing here, but it does have some of the same elements, such as that pediment base, tapered design, and then similar support style on the underside of the bridge. So here are renderings of the proposed replacement bridge. It is very similar to the existing design. Landmark staff do feel that it meets the design guidelines. It was pretty hard to evaluate this against our design guidelines that we currently have. So I did use Chapter 2, Preserving Historic Buildings, Chapter 3, Additions to Historic Buildings, and Chapter 4, New and Non-Contributing, and also the Site and Landscape Design Guidelines. So the guidelines do talk about to respect historic design, character, and style of a historic building. We feel that the new bridge will incorporate key character defining features of the existing bridge structure, including the curvilinear design, pier materials, and vertical grade. So they are not changing the vertical grade of the structure. This ramp is not ADA compliant, so the ADA entrance will remain where it is currently. So they're not increasing that vertical grade, which is significant, and it does have a proportional relationship with the pier and the width of the deck to itself. Again, the existing structure is an architectural feature, and the new one will be based off of the existing with similar materials, composition, design, and color and texture. Some adjustments will be made to the design to create a safer structure, such as moving that pier forward. So a big reason that pier is moving forward is to support that curve in the bridge design. Again, we don't know all the materials at this phase. We'll look at that at the design detail phase, but a lot of the materials are similar to what is existing there. The guidelines talk about to avoid adversely affecting the character defining features of a historic district and building. So the proposed replacement bridge will be a similar design aesthetically. Major changes will not be made, such as adjustment to the grade to meet ADA requirements. That will again stay where it is, and the existing will not detract from the red rocks. Additions are supposed to respect the character defining features. Again, we feel the scale and massing of this structure does respect the character defining features of the Red Rocks Historic District and of the existing bridge structure that is to be demolished. Additions are supposed to be recognized as current construction. So we do feel that some of the design adjustments made to the structure will make it recognizable as current construction, while also being respectful of the historic nature of the bridge. So we are recommending approval of the phase 1 mass form and context as we feel that the existing bridge is showing signs of deterioration and that replacement is necessary for life safety, and that replacement will be very respectful of the character defining features of Red Rocks and the existing structure that is to be demolished. And the applicant has also done a very extensive public outreach process that involved our preservation partners such as Historic Denver, the National Trust, History Colorado, and Friends of Red Rocks. So we do feel that the applicant has made significant efforts to ensure that this structure is what the community would like to see and does comply with the guidelines.
Brittany, thank you. Commissioners, have you any questions for Brittany? Graham?
Find my mute button here.
There
Brittany,
you go.
this it may be a question for the applicants too when they present, but was there discussion of how the bottom of the box girders will look? That smooth, bottom surface that's seen so openly from below. I didn't see that specifically called out in the drawings. I didn't know you discussed that during the application process.
You broke up real bad for me there, Graham. Could you repeat your question?
Oh, sorry. But I was just asking about whether the lower, the visible, I guess, the way the box girders will be finished out on the bottom side of the deck, because the existing was so smooth and kind of continuous, whether that was something that was discussed. And that, I don't know if that bridges either into an applicant question or even a phase 2 question, but that was one that jumped up.
It's definitely a phase 2 question. My understanding is that it will be smooth finished concrete, but I think that'd be a great question you could ask the applicant now. I mean, really it's more of a phase 2 question, but it is my understanding that it will be similar.
Thanks.
Okay, any other commissioners with a question for staff? All right, I don't see any. And I do know that we have applicants here that will be at this point given 10 minutes to talk about the project. And you do need to give your name and your address again before you speak, please. And Jen will have the timer so you can see where you are in your presentation.
Yep, and we didn't change them over, so they're still here.
They're still here. Begin whenever you wish.
So this is Tad Bowman again, venue director for Red Rocks Amphitheater, 4600 Humboldt, Denver, Colorado, 80216. The great thing about the current structure, and I think this replacement structure, is the sort of lightness of how it interacts with the venue. And so with that, there's not necessarily a lot of components that go into this, but I think it was a great process working with some of the preservation folks. And what I'll do is, again, turn it over to Beth to talk a little bit more about the design details, and she can mention a little bit of the elements that were fine-tuned through those conversations. So Beth, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, Jen, can you pull up our presentation too?
Yep, I'm pausing you. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
In the meantime, I'll give my name and address. How's that?
Well, hold on a second so I can do the timer and you're accurate on time, because I have paused you while I'm trying to fix this. So hold on a second. Oops, too many buttons. I don't know if this happens to anyone else, but when I do Zoom, it only shows the PowerPoint that is actually on, like, visible on the top of the queue, and then it won't show any of the other ones. So when you have multiple up, it's real fun. It disappears on me. So all right, you're up.
So Beth Tosti, Jacob's address is 717 17th Street, Denver. So again, thanks for letting us walk through this a little bit. Can you flip to the next slide? So we'll go through the character defining features of what we had discussed with the preservation groups and discussed internally as well, based on the historic and aesthetic considerations. We'll go through some of the design attributes, taking into consideration all the site constraints that we have and how that plays into the recommendation, and incorporating any of the flaws, if you will, from the previous existing structure. And Jeff, can you walk through the character defining features?
Will do. Jeff Berna, 29611 Fairway Drive, Evergreen. So yeah, thanks. So there's been a lot of discussion already today about character defining features. So what I'd like to talk about is what we did to define those for this project and specifically for these resources. So we evaluated all existing documentation that we could get our hands on as it related to the structures and within the greater park and amphitheater. But we also had to look at the existing engineering drawings, both from the as-built, but as actually what we encountered in the field, to understand, we look at the structures, but what was really intentional and where were the engineering challenges and how were they accomplished? Kind of getting back to Brad's question earlier, is that, their use of the materials were very informative for us because they created some of the effects. And so in defining the features, we started off with the curvilinear alignment. And so Brittany showed you from the aerials that you could see that they were very purposeful in designing something that really hugged the rocks, as well as gave nod to the textures of the rock, meaning the smoothness and the curvatures. And so that's why we're looking at the curvature of the ramps themselves and the trail and how it hugged the natural rocks, but also how they replicated that as you see those two areas that were circled, because that really introduced an engineering challenge, and yet it was important enough to create that effect. Next slide. And again, another feature we feel is very defining is the use of a pier, not only a pier, but a single pier. And that really helps define some of the massing proportionality later. Next slide. The handrail design, as Brittany mentioned, what you see out there is not the original, so we do have the designs. Do note that we will have to add some lighter elements within the larger bars just to meet ADA codes for ramps. But what we would like to do is replicate what was out there previously with the additions of the meeting the ADA code. Next, please. And then where there are touch points where the elements are coming together and tying into the rock, then there's this use of the natural sandstone, which you find throughout the amphitheater as well. But it's used very, very lightly and strategically to make it blend in without really creating an offset image. So next slide, please. And then going back, again, the question about the smooth concrete, we recognize that was very purposeful, intentional, and has the effect that we want to replicate as well. So we do feel that the smooth concrete underface is important. Next, please. And then we're going to return to this then. Because of the pier, it really creates that lightness or that floating effect that Tad mentioned. And then Jay, you're relating some of Annie's comments. I think she mentioned the lightness as well. And that's something that really came, I'll give my kudos to folks with the organizations. They really helped us refine what we were looking for. And again, the lightness effect was something that was really hard for many of us to understand. But once we discussed it further, we came to a common understanding. And again, I really focused on those elements then that we could tease out, create criteria, and then turn them into design guidelines then for Beth and her design team. And so the ones I went through just now we felt were the key ones. Obviously, we're not getting into materials and like texture and colors and such, but material is a key factor in our design. And so, we couldn't separate ourselves. I know we're going to do that in this process, but for ourselves, we had to consider different types of material and colors and such to make sure that it all came together. In addition, just to these character defining features, which we created design guidelines for Beth and her team. So at this point, I'd like to turn it back to you, Beth. Make sure you get time to walk through how we addressed each of these.
Sure. So as I mentioned earlier, there's obviously some engineering around the site constraints themselves. Brittany had mentioned the vertical grade. We're currently at between 16 and 17% grade. If you've been out there, it's a steep climb. So our goal for this was not to exceed what is already existing out there. So maintain the same grade or less if possible. Next slide. The other piece was the construction schedule, taking into account that this is one of the main ingress egress points for the south parking lots in particular. And so our main construction period really needs to focus on the off season, which is November through April ideally. And so there's going to be maybe some features that get added on after the fact, but the main structure needs to be done in that time frame. So that helped us to help also determine how we construct it, what materials we use, things like that, as far as what is feasible. And then she had mentioned the layout, and Jeff mentioned it as well. These kind of go hand in hand with the character defining features, but the curvilinear path. So really trying to maintain that path following along the side of the rocks. Clearly, we can't go straight from A to B, or the grade gets much, much steeper because you have a shorter distance that you're going over. So maintaining that same curvilinear path, and then maintaining a 12-foot walkway for the best ingress egress for everyone. So she also mentioned the consultation with preservation organizations. You can see the list here of who we met with. This was clearly an effort on our part to make sure we were compatible with the character defining features and also with the surrounding park itself. I felt like it was a really collaborative meeting that we went through, and we actually met 3 different times. So taking away the feedback we got from the first meeting, incorporating that, meeting again, and kind of going through an iterative process of resolving those things with each one of the organizations, and taking that that feedback to heart. And so as she had represented earlier, Brittany had shown these simulations that we have. You can see the character defining features, the curvilinear path. Let me make sure I'm capturing all of them. The curvilinear path, the single pier, clearly we're trying to get a slim pier as well, because that's key to the original structure. The handrail matching the 1940s. You can see this is slightly different if you look. It's hard without being able to move my mouse to show you, but right before the bridge, you can see the chevron pattern leading up to it, and on the bridge is kind of reincorporating that old handrail that also kind of occurs on the inside of the trail. So that was one piece of it. The natural sandstone that you'll see more clearly in the next one, and then the smooth concrete underside on the structure. And then clearly the massing proportionality. You can see the taper on the pier, and trying to incorporate the depths and dimensions of the pier in relation to the depth of the structure itself. So on the original structure, you were seeing kind of a combination of the structure and the curb. We kind of replicated that depth, if you will, with the actual structural element this time around. So it looks the same from the outside. And then also what you'll see in this one is it's hard to see in this photo, but a nod, if you will, to the mix of materials by having a steel plate along the edge of the entire structure too, since that was also key to that time frame. So I think that's all that we had. I know I'm really darn close. I see 20 seconds left.
I'll throw in one or two more things in real quick.
Sure.
In the discussions with the folks, when we started looking at this, we didn't have that lower section have a floating sort of corner like it currently does, and realized through those discussions that it really made sense to keep that sort of floating rounded corner on the lower structure. So that was a really important piece that we came out of this. And just a quick correction for Jeff, the handrail is not necessarily for ADA, but it's for safety code, for having the smaller pieces in between the, that 4-inch rule for the handrail.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Commissioners, have you any questions for the applicants?
This is Erica. I have a few questions. I guess one, could you speak a little to the slight change in alignment, particularly of the upper bridge portion of the structure, as well as do you have any indication, or do you anticipate any like scarring of the stone? I'm not sure how the bridge sits on the stone as it is today. So I'm just kind of curious what you might be expecting should that bridge be slightly shifted from where it sits on the rock.
Yeah, I think the big thing to point out is the reason we did that alignment shift, particularly down where it meets that walkway path like you're talking about, is because at the top part of it, it really was like a long rectangular shape, if you will, but we had one support that was running along the length of it and one that was running perpendicular to it. And that was really causing a lot of issues with what we see out there for the joints and the actual movement of the structure itself. And so part of the reason we were shifting this was to get a more smooth curve around that corner as opposed to a straight 90-degree to better support that corner for the overlook. You won't feel the same kind of vibrations that you would before, but also be able to get the alignment of the joints and everything to better fit with the system of the structure itself. So it's a kind of a long-term maintenance piece, if you will, as far as being able to get everything to move the direction it should be moving instead of going opposite of the grain. So, and then as far as the scarring, it's about, if I recall correctly, I think it's about a 4-foot shift at that point. And so you would see potentially, if you looked over the opposite edge, most of the people that are walking on it clearly are looking out. You might be able to see a little bit of the scarring if you looked over and down, but I don't know that that's going to be a focal point that people are going to be looking for necessarily, just because of the way that it's lined up against the rock. Everybody's going to be looking in the opposite direction. So it's really, for us, it was trying to create more and focus more on those overlooks and recreate those overlooks than to focus on the inside where no one is necessarily focusing their attention.
Thanks. I think, I don't know why, but I always like looking up the rock face when I'm walking up that bridge. So that's why I asked, but I think you're right that most people are looking out. I just had one more question, and this might be a more phase 2 question, but you had mentioned having a plate on the outside edge. And I was just curious if there was any thought as to, you know, right now you see not only the smooth concrete underface, but you see the flange of the girder as like a border to that concrete. And I was just curious if you know what that's going to, if you're having a steel plate on the edge, how that might interface with the concrete underneath.
I can't say that we have all the answers to that right now necessarily. I think the complication with that would be if we turn it around the bottom, if you will, we would have to then do steel plating on both sides to match that same effect. And at the moment, we really were focusing on that steel plating on the outside to match what it did in the original, because it only had that cover plate on the outside girder, not the inside girder on the original structure.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicants? I do not see any other questions from the applicant. Oh, Anne, go ahead.
Question. This is Anne. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how the foundations are going to be formed, because it looks as if part of the foundation, part of the spread portion of the foundation is above grade and part of it is below grade, but it's actually larger in footprint than what's there right now. So I'm sort of curious how you're planning on forming it to make it tight against the rock that's actually on the lower portion.
Sure, I can try to talk through some of that. It really will depend on the contractor and how they approach it. So I can't say with 100% certainty of that what I'm stating is how it will end up being done, because some of that is left up to them on means and methods. But ideally, we're going to be dealing with the same question on that retaining wall portion on the walkway. And so in my perspective, it would be either jackhammer or something, saw cut, something along those lines, a shape out of the rock to where we then pour the concrete directly into that. It's its own form, if you will. So you won't be able to see a gap in between the rock and the concrete. It should all be seamless together, and then it would come up out of that, like you're saying, it's going to be kind of like a pedestal. And the only reason we really have that in there is to emulate what was in that original structure where it came up above ground as well. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all are. Any Any other questions, commissioners? I don't hear any other questions. Jen, do we have any people from the public that would like to make a comment?
Yep, Amy Harris has her hand up. So Amy, I'm gonna allow you to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Harris. I live at 3455 Birch Street here in Denver, and I am here representing Friends of Red Rocks. With thanks to my colleague Susan, who spoke earlier on the demolition piece. We wanted to also speak on the mass form and context in really a celebration of the success of the stakeholder process, because this was not the design you see before you now was not the design that was first shown to the stakeholders. And I just want to point that out because it was a true stakeholder process, meaning it was a place where there were designs offered, feedback was considered, new designs were offered. It was really a true listening and back and forth. And that's how we came to the mass form and context that we see now. And I know it's really hard to not talk about design details, even though we're not talking about design details now, it's hard to resist speaking of them because of course, when you're looking at a rendering, you think about all those little details, and we are very excited about continuing to engage. We hope that there will be another stakeholder process similar to the one for the mass form and context that will be available for the design details because we have some ideas. For example, one thing that we've talked about, and this is just an idea that we should talk about further, but though the handrail that's existing now was replaced in 2000, hey, that's still 21 years old. And so we've had a thought of, could there be a little section of the existing handrail that could be retained in some way, almost as an homage for the time that it stood there? We also have some ideas about what the surface of the walkway could be. Could there be an alternative to asphalt that would work better and perhaps be more environmentally friendly? And we're just really excited to get down into the details because we were extremely sad to see the existing structure go. But we think that this replacement structure is going to be beautiful, and we very much hope that it will stand for even longer than the existing structure has till today. Thank you.
Amy, thank you. Jen, are there any other comments?
No, I don't see any other hands raised.
All right, then we'll close public comment and go into deliberation. Commissioners, what do you think? Don't all speak at once.
I'll say
this is Gary. I think this whole process has come a long way into not only clarifying why what they're doing is necessary, but I think the time it's taken to analyze this and look at options and just sort of consider how to go about replacing this ramp has yielded a much more appropriate solution and one that both the community and all the stakeholders can understand and buy into. So I think we've benefited from the time that has been put into looking at not only what the issues were, but how the replacement would occur. I'm in favor of supporting this proposal.
Thank you, Gary. Anyone else wish to opine?
I can't add to what Gary said, but I second everything that he said. And I'm just really glad to hear how successful the stakeholder process has gone. I think that's really important. So I support this application as well.
Yeah, they've clearly worked very hard, that's for sure. Any other commissioners wish to opine?
I'll agree with what's been said.
Okay, I'm trying to keep my cat out of the conversation right now. Do I have a motion from the floor from the commissioners?
I can make the motion.
Thank you, Anne.
Madam Chair, I move to approve application number 2021-COA-045 for the Phase 1 mass form and context for the replacement plan for the South Pedestrian Bridge at 18300 West Alameda Parkway as per intent statement 2F, 3C, 4A, 4B, 5B, design guidelines 2.12, 3.2, 3.3, 5.1, character defining features for Red Rocks Amphitheater and Park, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
And thank you very much. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Erica has seconded. Thank you. All right, then let's do Kitty is sitting on my instructions. Sorry. Well, let's do a roll call vote, please. Brad.
Aye.
Graham.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
Erica. Erica.
Aye.
Okay, great. Anne.
Aye.
And Julie votes aye as well. And I do want to reiterate, I just think that's so exciting about how y'all worked with the stakeholders. The motion passes unanimously. And Brittany, you are up next.
So my last application for the
Yes,
day
it is. Yes, it is.
is 4345 West 46th Avenue, which is the Howard Berkeley Park Chapel. This was recently designated by the Landmark Preservation Commission. Here you can see the designation boundary. It extends all the way to West 46th Avenue and Tennyson Street on the south and west of the property, but the landmark boundary is very tight on the east and north side of the property. So this is very relevant to our conversation. I'm happy to switch back to this slide, but this is the designation boundary. So in these photographs here, you can see the West 46th Avenue facade. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the West 46th Avenue facade. However, there will be a fence that is visible on the West 46th Avenue facade, and that is over by the portico share. So that is why I have images of the front facade, but I will move on now. So here is the portico share. This is where a fence will be constructed to encapsulate a playground for the Montessori use that will be in this structure. The fence is basically at the minimum requirements for the state requirements for playground space size, but it will come forward of the portico share. The fence is only proposed to be 4 feet in height where it is forward of the portico share and front facade. So we do feel that that is appropriate. The applicant has adjusted that from their original little over 6 feet in height. And then we have the east facade of the structure and then the north facade, which is with those garage doors. This is the areas of the facade that changes will occur on the building. On the east facade, it will mostly be new openings into the playground space to allow the Montessori school to access that and have views into the playground space. And that will be on that bump out that you see just behind the portico share. And then on the one-story garage structure that you see in this image, that will be a different use. That will be for a bar and restaurant. So they will be proposing a new garage door opening on the east elevation, alterations to the existing garage door on the north elevation, then alteration to a garage door opening on the west elevation along Tennyson Street, and then also some alterations to the rooftop for rooftop patio space. So that's just the north elevation again, where those garage doors will be altered for that new use and tenant. This is the west elevation. So this garage door that you can see in this photograph here is the garage door that they are proposing to alter along the west elevation, and then no other changes to the west elevation will occur. So here we have the existing site plan. They're proposing to remove some of the rock and landscaping and some of the concrete walkways. Most of this work is within the landmark boundary, but portions of that curved walkway on the east are not within the landmark boundary. So we do have some purview over removal of this area and some not purview over removals of this area. But we're not too concerned with removal of the site and landscape features, as they're not overly significant to the Howard Berkeley Chapel. What is more important is that preservation of that portico share and those items there. Here is the proposed site plan. So you can see that the applicant is again proposing that fence that I mentioned forward of that portico share structure. The portico share will remain intact with that new fence around it. It's a very small fenced in area, again, meeting the state minimum requirements for the playground space. There will be a new exterior stair on the north elevation. Again, some of that is within the landmark boundary and some of that is not within the landmark boundary because the boundary is very tight on the rear of the structure. There will be some new stone pavers, which you can see in this image here around that new exterior stair, which allows access to the new rooftop deck. There will be an exterior stair on the east and west side of the space, allowing access to the rooftop deck. There will be some crushed aggregate as well that's really tight to the building, and that is within the purview of the landmark boundary, and that goes around that new garage altered space. So that's the site plan. So to support that rooftop deck, the applicant is proposing to demolish totally the flat roof portion of the structure. This is less than 40% of the total roof demolition, so it does not require a demolition, a public hearing for demolition. However, the commission does need to review the demolition of that. Staff feel that the demolition of this is appropriate because it is all flat roofing. There will be no demolition to the gable and it will be rebuilt as a flat roof. So we're not concerned about the demolition of the roof that is occurring on the rear of the structure, and the front facade roofing will remain intact, and you won't see any perceivable change to the roof line from the primary facade, and really not from Tennyson Street either. So this is the rebuilt roof deck plan. Again, it will be a roof deck. So the demolition is proposed to principally support this new rooftop deck use. So the roof will be rebuilt, and then there will be a roof deck built on top of that. You can see it will be clad with those wood panels there, and then you can see those two exterior stairs that I mentioned that allow access up to this rooftop deck, one on the east and then one on the north. There will be 2 shipping container additions added to the rooftop deck. One shipping container addition will be a bar use, and then the other one will be a restaurant, a restroom use. They are set back well over 10 feet from the north facade of the building, and the one along Tennyson Street is just a little under 10 feet from the furthest portion of the building facade that aligns with the west side of Tennyson Street. So they're both significantly set back from the facade. They will not be visible at all from the primary facade and have a very limited footprint. So the shipping container additions will be 20 feet 11 inches by I believe it's 8 feet 11 inches, so a very small footprint. The exterior stairs will be metal, and then they will have that same wood deck tread that you see proposed for the rooftop deck. So you can see those plans there for that. So again, this is the existing elevations. There's no change proposed for the primary facade. Here you can see the demolition that is proposed for the north elevation. And along this facade, it's mainly altering those existing garage door openings and removing of a rooftop unit. So here you can see that fence that is proposed to be forward of the portico share. Again, that is 4 feet in height. And the applicant has simplified this design. They had previously proposed a retaining wall and over 6 feet tall fence. So they have reduced that in height to meet with our design guidelines on fencing in the front of a structure, so only 4 feet in height, simple metal railing. On the north elevation, the garage bay on the east will be altered to just have a garage roll-up window. The brick infill will be inset 1/2 inch from the existing wall plane. So you will be able to see the original proportions of the garage opening. The middle garage bay will be altered to have a new garage door and a man door. The brick infill on this facade will also be inset, so you can still see the original proportions of the garage bay. And then the garage bay on the west side will just have a new door placed inside of it. That new door, they're all proposed to be clear glazing roll-up doors. The garage doors are not noted as particularly significant in the designation materials for the Howard Berkeley Park Chapel, but staff did feel it was significant to maintain those proportions. So that is why the applicant is insetting them ½ inch. Typically, we do require 1 inch inset, but due to insulation constraints, the applicant can only inset ½ inch. We do believe that the brick is proposed to match the existing brick for this infill proportion. In terms of the rooftop deck is proposed to have a glass wall surrounding it. This glass wall will be supported with steel supports. The applicant feels very passionate about this glass wall. We did talk to them about doing a lower railing. However, the applicant states that winds from the north are pretty severe, so they would like the 6-foot glass wall. It is transparent and it is see-through, so staff are not overly concerned with it, although it's not typical of what we normally allow. It is on the rear of the building and will have limited visibility from the public right-of-way, with its main vantage point being along Tennyson Street, which is a secondary elevation of the chapel. And then you can somewhat see in this elevation drawing that this portion of the building is significantly inset from the west facade of the decorative chapel, where you see that arcade. But here you can see also the exterior stairs and playground fencing that is proposed. So this is the east elevation that I mentioned that will have alterations to include new storefronts and doors to allow access into that playground space. So you can see what will be demolished here. It's very limited in nature. It's very set back from the public right-of-way and is not on the highly decorative portion of the building. It's a little difficult to see because the fence is blocking this, but you'll have a new window and some storefronts to allow access into that playground space, and then some new garage roll-up door on that 1-story portion. The site does, as it moves north, it does sink down. So the playground fencing will actually have a retaining wall, which will be a midnight black brick, which is proposed to match the brick that is used for the rooftop additions. And then on the west elevation, you can see that that garage door will be altered to also have a man door and a smaller garage roll-up door. Again, that infill will be inset 1 inch, or sorry, ½ an inch to signify the original opening proportions. So here's the proposed alterations again. The retaining wall and rooftop shipping container additions will be clad in this midnight black brick that you see here. And then the infill on the garage doors below will be a brick to match the existing brick. The applicant provided this white brick in their package materials, but it's not quite the correct color of the brick of the mortuary. So we would like to ensure that the brick that is used for the infill does match the brick of the existing structure. Some gooseneck lamps will be attached to the north elevation to provide illumination for that new garage space. And then the applicant is also proposing some string lights for the rooftop deck that will be suspended from those steel supports for that glass wall. And then the garage doors, again, are going to be clear glazing with an anodized aluminum frame in the darker color to match that midnight black brick. The bar rooftop container will have a opening that has a louvered shutter that is solid, but that is not highly visible from the public right away. So this is just the east and west enlarged elevations. Again, you can see that exterior stair. On the east, portions of that ramp and stair are not within the landmark boundary, and portions of it are within the landmark boundary. But on the west, the exterior stair is totally within the landmark boundary. Here we just have some sections of the proposed roll-up doors, and you can see that brick infill that is inset 1/2 inch, and that's again due to that insulation requirements and code requirements. I did talk to the applicant about 1 inch, but that again is not possible due to the code requirements. This is just a detail of the retaining wall, ramp, and metal railing fencing that is proposed, and then just details of those shipping container additions that will be clad in brick. So here we have some renderings of the proposed project. You can see that it's pretty minimally visible from the public right-of-way with the highest vantage points along Tennyson Street. But again, all the work that is to occur is significantly set back from the highly decorative portion of the Howard Berkeley Park Chapel west facade. And then just some more renderings of the project proposal. Staff are recommending approval of the proposed alterations because alterations will to the original openings will occur on secondary facades that have limited visibility, which our guidelines do suggest flexibility on secondary facades. The alterations on the east elevation will support the new use. And the alterations to the garage door openings will be inset to preserve the original opening portions and are again on a rear facade with limited visibility from the public right-of-way. Demolition is limited. It's less than 19% for the roof structure, and then only a few openings on the east facade, and then just some removal of some non-significantly identified garage doors. The materials are all high quality materials. The shipping container additions will be clad in brick. Our guidelines do talk about a contrast in materials. So while the black brick is a significant contrast to the beige brick that the structure is constructed in, we do feel that is supported by our guidelines with a change in material, and they are using a high quality material for the shipping container additions and the fencing retaining wall that is proposed. We did have some concerns over the exterior stair when we initially reviewed this, but after receiving these renderings, and I do actually have a full model of this that I can walk around, we feel that they are minimal in design, and the interior space of the chapel is really identified as historically significant. So we felt like this was a pretty minimal alteration to allow access up to that new rooftop deck, which is oriented to the rear of this commercial structure. So we are recommending approval, as we do feel that is compatible with our design guidelines. And all the proposed alterations are occurring on elevations that do not have really high levels of character defining features of the Howard Berkeley Park. There's no changes to the terracotta or arcades or existing primary facades that are proposed. The rooftop demolition is minimal. It's a flat roof. It will be rebuilt as a flat roof and is just being done to support that new rooftop deck use. And we just feel that the alterations are compatible with our design guidelines.
Okay, Brittany, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? It doesn't look like it. All right. Are the applicants there, Jen?
Yep, they are.
Oh, hi, Emily.
No problem. Let me move them over. We have, oh, they raised their hands, you sneaky people. Okay, Shannon is in and Carrie. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. To the applicants, please give your name and your address before speaking. But for the entire project, there's 10 minutes of commentary that you've got to give us to tell us about your project. Begin whenever you wish.
All right, my name is Shannon Doyle with SPD Architecture. My address is 125 South Howes, Suite 500, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80521. And I don't know if I've got a whole lot to present. Brittany did a fantastic job of kind of breaking down the project there. And so one thing I guess I would like to say, we only have a very small amount of crushed aggregate, which would be underneath the stairs on the west side, not in front of the full garage areas. But I have the walkthrough model queued up and ready to go. If you would like to take a virtual tour of the project, I'm set up to do that. It might help just kind of understand what we're trying to achieve in the virtual world. Or we can, I can answer any questions. Again, Brittany did a fantastic job of breaking that down, so.
Well, you know what, it's up to you. You've got 10 minutes.
Gotcha. Well, why don't I, is it possible to share my screen and so that we can.
Let me, I have to make you a co-host, so hold on, let me find you. They're not in alphabetical order. Here we go. Okay, and you should be able to share your screen.
All right.
When you do, I'll start your time again.
Thank you. Okay, can you see my model?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. So we're basically starting here on the sidewalk on Tennyson Street looking south, and you can see the majority of that north facade there. These are the 3 garage doors that exist. This garage door here will be just a replacement. This garage door and man door take up one existing garage door. We'll just infill there. And then here's the smaller garage door that will serve as kind of an indoor-outdoor bar area for the event center. And then here on the west facade, you can see where we're proposing the new garage door and man door. Both this door here as well as this door here are code required, and so we need to have those in there. Just kind of start moving through the model here. And if there's anything that you guys want to see in more detail, please don't hesitate to yell at me and let me know that you want to take a look at something closer. Here you can see the glass wall up here. And one of the reasons that I would really like to have this incorporated is in a project that I did recently. We had a rooftop patio with the same orientation on the north side of the building, and we had originally designed in a windbreak. The owner decided not to install it to save money, but did not get through the fall season before they were trying to come back in and put it back up. So it's just knowing how the wind blows here, especially towards the colder months, this application makes sense to block that wind, but also to preserve all of the views from the area, or as you look out towards Berkeley Park. Come up here towards the, sorry for the glitchy ness. We'll come up over here towards the stair, and whoops, this is the area underneath the stair where we're proposing to put in that crushed aggregate. Just better to have under there than grass. And then our stairs coming up. So here is the container upstairs that would house the 2 restrooms. And throughout the entire site, this the fence that you see here, the rail that you see here is indicative of what we are going to have throughout the site. Pretty low profile and keeps the, maintains that 4-inch diameter that we need to have. As we come around here, you can see just kind of the idea of the Tivoli lights that would connect to these two steel structures over here, just to give the rooftop patio some ambiance. I apologize that this coiling door should be a dark bronze, not beige. I will get that changed, but this is just a roll-up door to serve the people from the bar. And as we would come around here, kind of come down the stairs. Sorry, this was flowing a lot better earlier. We come down the ramp that we need for the Montessori school. I'm going to cheat a little, go through that rail. Maybe. And we're kind of come back down on the other side of the building. And you can see that there. Here's that new proposed garage door out of the east side. That just allows for the occupants inside this event center down here, some quick access to this kind of little courtyard area that has been created here with the ramp and the new stair up to the Montessori school, as well as the stair to the rooftop patio. We'll come around here. And we're now into the playground here. As you can see, we've got a little bit of grade to deal with, which is one of the main reasons why we have the retaining wall from this parking area over here to the playground. We do have to get some kind of retaining system in here just so we're not such a steep slope. But then this is the proposed code required egress from this classroom here. There's a classroom in here, and then we just have a little 5-foot walk, which is an extension of the existing 5-foot walk on this side. And these are existing, an existing door and window. This is another code required door out of that classroom there. That is an existing door into this classroom, which we will maintain as well. And here is, whoops, as we kind of move more farther south, this is the extent of the fence for the playground. And we have a little, a gate here, which is accessed to the existing sidewalk there. And then we kind of come around. Wow, I apologize for the choppiness of this. And so you can see we intend to maintain the existing porte-cochere and just have the playground kind of wrapped within it. Kind of the overall intent was to have as minimal effect on the existing building as possible, which is why we're only breaking through in areas that are absolutely necessary for the Montessori school. And we're only proposing one new opening into the event center that's on a facade that did not have an opening. So it's very, very minimal on the impact on what we're doing to the overall building when it comes to new openings. Yeah. And so I guess with that, I would just say, I guess, turn it over to you all for questions, or I know that Carrie is also on the line and she might have some more stuff to add if she would like.
Okay, Carrie, did you want to say something?
No,
Okay.
thank you so much, Shannon, for your great presentation. And I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. All right, thank you both. So commissioners, have you any questions for the applicants? I do not see any questions. Oh, go
No,
ahead.
this is Brad. I have a question here. I'm just getting my screen back. The playground area itself. So it looks like the whole side is the playground. Is there a set size that needs to be? And I guess I'm just asking about the portion of the playground that projects, in front of the building on 46th.
Certainly.
Seems like that playground is pretty large. So I just wondered how you came about that size, and the whole thing will be activated, I'm assuming, with like playground equipment and that sort of thing.
The area towards, so the northernmost playground area that we have would be the area that would have more of the larger playground equipment in it. The playground that's closest to 46th is more for the very younger age groups that they have there. We are mandated by Colorado Regulation 1285 or something like that for a minimum of 1,500 square feet per playground per age group. And we are at 1,500 square feet exactly for the northern playground. And we're at just under 1,700 square feet for the southern playground. So theoretically, that very southern edge of the playground could move in, but not significantly until we hit that minimum square footage mark.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions for the applicants? Okay, I don't see any questions coming up. So applicants, thank you very much. We will go into deliberation now.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Are there any?
I don't see anyone's hand raised.
Okay.
But just
at least no one's offended.
Okay.
So there isn't anyone waiting to talk about it.
Not that I can see, but wanted to give them an opportunity in case they did. So no.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, nobody from the public wishes to comment, so we will go into deliberation. Commissioners, what are your thoughts on this project and staff's recommendation?
I guess I'll start by saying how it's impressive that this one went from being a contested designation less than a year ago to an awesome, viable project that we've gotten to see. That's an exciting full circle here. So
yeah, it's refreshing.
It is, certainly. And I think actually drove by the building today, which was helpful in talking about how much of this being on the backside, as Brittany mentioned, does feel very subordinate, and that big rectangular mass of the existing garage, I think it plays off of that well. So I appreciate the overall approach. I'm excited to hear what others have to say, but that's my 2 cents for right now.
Okay, great, Graham, thank you. Other comments?
This is Brad. I'll follow on. I think it's great. I think it does a really good job of meeting the guidelines. I do appreciate how I think it feels like they've done a really good job of trying to get most of the new construction or the renovation to the back. So I think that's been really successful. I think looks like it's a really interesting mix of uses too. So I think it's going to be, on top of doing a good job of locating things, it's going to be kind of a fun mix. So I am supportive of staff's approval. I think the way it's written, it works really well, and it's a fun project.
Okay, Brad. Anybody else? Any other commissioners wish to? All right. Then if that is the case, do I hear a motion from the floor?
I can make the motion. This is Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
I move to approve application number 2021-COA-046 for the alterations, rooftop additions, and site work at 4345 West 46th Avenue as per design guidelines 2.14, 2.57, 3.1 through 3.3, 3.11, 3.12, 5.3, 5.8, 5.9, and 5.21. Character defining features for the Howard Berkeley Park Chapel, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Brad, thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Erica seconded. She beat you this time, Graham.
I would have gotten the motion, except I still have trouble with my muting, so I had to get in.
It's a little tricky. All righty. Let's go ahead and do a roll vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
Julie votes aye as well, so it unanimously passes. Thank you very much, Brittany. You're off the hook for the rest of the day, huh? All right. How do people feel about taking like a three or 4 minute break? Okay.
Yep.
Really fast break. I'll be right back. All the commissioners are back. Jen, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. Terrific.
We started the recording.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All righty. Continuing with design review projects, we have 2021-COA-049, which is at 3025 Newton, and it's Abigail Christman who's up.
Okay, good afternoon. So this project is to construct a side and rear addition, replace windows, including non-historic vinyl windows and 15 historic wood windows, construct a new front and rear porch, add a patio and new door on the north side, replace an existing chain link fence with a wood fence, and demolish the existing garage and construct a new garage. So you see there the existing property on the left and the proposal on the right. Okay, the PowerPoint let me advance a moment ago when I tested it. Let's see if I could. Okay, there it goes. So the project was previously reviewed by the LPC on December 15th, 2020, and was denied at that meeting. So the commission was overall okay with the concept, but had issues with various items of execution. So the drawings here, you see the previous proposal and the current proposal below. Also, one note that you'll see on these drawings was that the roof was drawn incorrectly in the previous application. It was drawn as a single mass rather than two distinctive roof ridges. This has been corrected. So when you see that, kind of second roof, peaking roof ridge there at the lower photo, that is an existing condition. It just was not shown on the previous. And I did include a aerial image there to the left of the existing building so that you could see that those those offset roof ridges are an existing historic condition. So when the project was previously reviewed by the commission, the following concerns were raised. The roof of the addition, the LPC felt that the proposed design did not relate to the rest of the house sufficiently, that there was more connection needed. So LPC recommended a design that better balanced the projection on the opposite side of the roof and that was more in scale with the rest of the building. So suggestions included lowering the height of the roof, reducing the roof pitch, and aligning the eaves. And you'll see that several of those items have been done. The width of the windows on the addition, so that the windows on the addition were not wider than the historic windows, that's also been addressed. The pitch of the roof on the garage, and you can see there, pitch of the roof on the garage has been lowered. The design of the front porch. The commission found that the overall form and placement of the new porch worked, but that the design should be simplified. In addition to removing the decorative band and stucco, the commission suggested replacing the Victorian porch post with simpler porch post and opening up the gabled roof. And you'll see here that they have opened up. There's now an open gable to the porch, and the posts are simpler. There were also issues with inconsistencies in the application and missing details on the site work. Those have been addressed. And some window comparison measurements were missing before, and those have also now been submitted. The applicants worked with staff to address all these LPC comments, as you'll see above. Staff finds that their design revisions have successfully addressed all of the concerns. So those additions, those revisions include revising the design of the addition, including reducing the height and roof pitch and aligning the eaves. The connection at the rear has also been simplified, so it looks like it integrates with the rear wall less awkwardly, perhaps, than it did before. Fence details have been clarified. Some window designs have been altered, but we feel that all the window proportions are now compatible. Garage roof pitch lowered. The garage design has also been simplified. The front porch simplified, and a cantilevered corner at the rear was removed, and instead a rear porch has been added. So here, just for comparison, you see the existing house, and here's the proposed addition. So you'll see in the proposed addition, the windows on the addition are narrower, fitting with the windows on the original house. And you'll see that the eaves of the addition now align with the eaves of the historic house. So here you have the sides, the existing side facade, the proposed, you see there the new opening, so back towards the rear, and then the addition. So you'll see that the pitch of the addition roof was changed quite a bit so that it's now the same pitch as the historic house, and that the eaves now align. And then the rear. So you'll see kind of a better integration of the addition at the rear, the removal of what used to be an overhang here, and instead just a simple porch added at the rear. And then here you have the front porch. So the details have been simplified. It's a less ornate porch post. The detailing in the gable end has been removed, and now it's just a simple open gabled porch. And then finally the garage. So you can see that the roof pitch has been lowered. It's now 412 pitch. This will really help reduce the visual prominence since it is located partially in the side yard, and the detailing has now been simplified as well. So it's just very simple garage that we feel will fade into the background and fit with district patterns. So staff is recommending approval. The addition, garage, and porch massing and design are compatible with the historic residents in the district. The existing historic windows are deteriorated, and they do have a window study to show that. On the window replacements will closely replicate the historic windows. The site work is simple and compatible with district patterns.
Great, Abby, thank you very much. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions for staff? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Are the Emily, is it Emily that's going to get the applicants for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just moved Thomas over, and Nick is moving over right now.
Excellent.
And Jen, there's a separate, they have a applicant presentation that's in the folder. If you could pull that up.
That's great. So to the applicants, I can see you. That's great. When you're ready, hi. When you're ready, please state your names and your address, and then you'll have 10 minutes, and Jen will have her little cell phone there so you can see where you are in your presentation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tom Hunt.
I'm Margaret.
And our address is 3025 Newton Street. And our architect, Nick, is here as well, so he can introduce himself. I don't know if you're on mute, Nick. We'll jump in. Yeah, thanks Abigail for presenting that all, and I think she gave a great summary. So we'll just kind of quickly show you the comparisons and where we think we are. If you don't mind going to the next slide. When we presented a couple months ago, staff had recommended approval of conditions back then, and the commission discussion was generally pretty supportive. And I think y'all had actually even started making a motion to approve with conditions, and then the attorney said some of those were kind of subjective, and so it's better to deny and give us some leeway to correct them, and we appreciate that. And so that's where we are now. As Abigail said, I think we've addressed everything that both staff and the commission had asked of us, and we'll just show you some pictures of what we did, before and after, just to show that a little more. So Abigail just went through all this, so you can skip over to the next slide. So just to kind of show it again in comparison, the last proposals in the top left and then the current ones in the bottom right, and you can see the altered lines on the eaves and the roof. And we did have that part of the drawing wrong with the dual roof lines, and it's just kind of hard to see from the ground until we really dug into it. So apologize for screwing that up on the first one, but have that corrected now. But you can see the garage being lower, you can see the eaves being aligned there. And yeah, I mean, we agree. We think this looks better. So do appreciate that you guys pushed us to do this. We think it is a better solution. So I'll just kind of show each one. Here's the garage. It went from 912 to 412 pitch. So definitely a lot shorter and less steep. And then you can see we even simplified some of the design elements there as well, just to make it really, really simple. And here's a comparison of the awnings. I think Abigail talked about that. We removed that front piece that had the stucco on it and that blue band of trim that's on the house. There was some debate with commission whether that was historic or not, and so we agreed, let's just take it out and not make it controversial. And go to the next one. Yeah, the fence details, these were mainly things we needed to clean up that Abigail pointed out. The fences, we're not changing anything on the side fences. The fence that on the east side that's facing the street is just kind of a decrepit chain link fence that's propped up. It's not even really in the ground. And so we're making a 4-foot fence that matches the side fence as well as the neighbors' fences, and has that kind of diagonal lattice work that they all have. And then just in the alley, because the garage is moving, making a simple 6-foot board fence along the alley there where there's not the garage. And you can see that there. We're showing we eliminated the side walkway too. There were some questions about that from staff. I don't know if the commission said anything about it, but staff was asking questions. I think it was a condition actually. So we just said, we'll remove that. We don't view that as essential. But you can see the fence there as well. This is the main one. The eaves and the height of the roof on the addition. And so on the left-hand side, you can see the current viewed from the north, the side of the house, and then from the west, the back of the house, and then same thing on the right-hand side, but the previous proposal. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I think you all had a good point on aligning the eaves, and we brought the roof down a little bit, and in doing so, it also made it a 12-12 pitch, which matches the pitch on the roof and all the other different aspects. And we can certainly accomplish what we need to inside the house with doing that. So we appreciate kind of giving us the flexibility to play around with some designs and figure out how to make that work. And go to the next one. Yeah, we filled out all the window dimension stuff. That was a staff condition. We cleaned all that up, and you can kind of see that actually. If you go to the next picture, I think you can see an example of it. So like you can see on the left-hand side, the windows now versus what we had on the right, and they've gotten narrower to match what was the windows on the existing house, even on the addition. This is a view from the back. And so this is the one thing that the commission didn't really raise as a problem last time, but staff had kind of noted it as something that was a little odd. I call it a bump out. I guess he said cantilevered porch is the right way to say it. So you can see the cantilever porch on the bottom right there. And so we just got rid of that and added it, as Abigail said, a simple porch with kind of wood posts that are similar to the wood posts on the front porch as well. I mean, if anybody feels strongly about it, we could go back to the old design since nobody had any problems with it. But we think the new design is probably simpler and more characteristic of the historic district. So those are the changes. You can go to the last slide. We asked for your approval. You know, it's been 8 months. We've gone through a bunch of different designs. We do think, you know, this version is better. And at this point, we've addressed everything staff and commission have raised in all the hearings and meetings. And, you know, it seems like there was very specific requests of us in the last meeting, those three main things with the garage, the roof line, and the front porch. From commission, we've addressed all three of those. So would love to have your approval. We're doing this because we have a growing family, as you can see here, and need a little more space for them, and also some safety issues with the windows. They're just not real safe as is. And so want to do that and do it in a way where we can still grow lots of vegetables in our gardens. So that's all we have, and I ask for approval. I don't know anything I missed. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Nick, anything you wanted to add? Did I miss anything?
I think I have my, you guys hear me now? Is my mute back on or off?
Yep, there you go.
Nick Young, 2060 Hoyt Street. Abigail, Tom, Margaret, I think touched base on everything. For the subjectivity of design, I think it's a much better project now. Aligning the eaves and the roof pitches, I think we're all really happy with aesthetically how it's looking. That's all I have to say.
Julie, you're on mute.
We'll live through this. I'm sure we will. So commissioners, have you any questions for the applicants? Anne.
Hi, this is Anne. I have just a small technical question. In the second section of the application on page 7, it's part of the window application. There's a line which said stucco will need to be removed and reinstalled to allow for drainage away from the windows. And I wonder if someone could maybe describe a little bit what the extent is and also how that gets patched into any stucco that's left behind.
That's a really good question, and one that we had as well. So the way that the window has been put together, I guess is the best way to say, is that the stucco goes above the window well. So it creates there's almost like a trench where the window meets the outside wall, and rain and snow gather there and they sit there and puddle. And so whenever we get in there, we obviously haven't replaced the window yet. When we see how that is, our goal is to not have the stucco come up to make a trench. So I guess it would be, I don't know, it's minimal. It would be like a couple inches to make, or raise the window, whichever is better, to make that not have a trench between the outer wall and the window. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. And so what that refers to is a very, almost like a surgical piece of removal of this. It's just very, very local to where the window is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Great, thanks, Anne. Any other questions for the applicants? All right, Jen, are there any people from the public that would like to make a comment on the project?
I don't see any hands raised, so no.
All right, thank you very much. Then we will go ahead and go into deliberation. Commissioners, please share what you think about the project. I'm gonna call on somebody.
I'll go.
Oh,
this is
thanks,
scary. I think everything that's in the current proposal is a good improvement from the previous proposal. I think they captured our concerns pretty well and are ending up with a much better project. And I support the staff's recommendation.
Gary, thank you. Who else would like to comment?
I'll agree with that. I know this one was tough because close, but it was subjective on the conditions. So appreciate the applicant's patience, but I agree with Gary. I think it's an improvement.
Yeah, the applicants did work pretty hard on this. Anybody else wish to opine? Doesn't look like it. So is there a motion from the floor?
Madam Chair, I will make a motion.
Thank you, Graham.
To the right page here. I move to approve application number 2020 or 2021-COA-049 for the additions, alterations, and garage demolition and replacement at 3025 Newton Street as per design guidelines 2.14, 2.19, 2.20, 2.23, 2.36, 2.37, 2.38, 3.2, 3.4, 3.6 through 3.9, 4.18, 4.19, and 5.9, character defining features for the Wolf Place Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thank you, Graham. Is there a second?
I'll second.
This is
Erica, thank you for seconding that. All right, then we will do a roll call vote. Brad?
aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie also votes aye. Congratulations, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much to the applicants for your hard work. And we are on to our next project, which is 2021-COA-036 at 63 South Bannock Street in Baker. And it's Becca who is up.
Hello.
Hi, Becca.
So as Julie just said, our next project is at 63 South Bannock Street, which is located in the Baker Historic District. The house is a contributing building to that district. The applicant is proposing to place 12 solar panels on the south and west roof elevation of the historic structure. And 4 of those panels will be in the first third of the roof structure, which is why you guys are seeing it today. Staff thinks that this project should be approved because the panels will be symmetrical and pushed back from the front gable. And we do not believe that this will alter the historic character of the structure or the surrounding historic district. Additionally, in the side yard between the structure and the structure adjacent is pretty narrow, so will further minimize the visibility of those solar panels. And as guideline 2.33 states, when installing solar collectors, minimize potential adverse effects on the character of the historic property by placing correct collectors in an unobtrusive location on the property. If possible, avoid obscuring significant features, mount collectors below the ridgeline, and flush with the roof, all of which this project meets. So therefore, staff is recommending approval of this project.
Becca, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Becca? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, great. Emily, are the applicants with us today?
They are. I don't hear Emily.
I don't either. Okay.
Oh, she's moved them over.
Maybe it's because my microphone was up on top of my head.
Oh, well, maybe.
Did I get the second one? Davis? Looks like maybe there was just one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just moved Alyssa,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, terrific. Then to the applicant, you have 10 minutes. When you're ready to speak, please give your full name and your address, and Jen will hold up a timer on her iPhone so you can see where you are in your presentation.
Perfect. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
My name is Elisa Rivera, and I'm a project manager with SunTalk, which is located at 9900 East 51st Avenue. And, it's a pretty standard request. We're just looking to put 4 panels on that upper third of the roof, but it is to the back of the upper third of the roof. Like Becca said, it is symmetrical. We don't think it'll be very noticeable from the street. And so that is why we are requesting this revision. That's pretty much all I have to say, so I don't have to keep you guys waiting.
No, that's okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? I don't see any questions to the applicant. Elisa, thank you very much. Is there, Janice, anyone from the public wanting to talk about the project?
Any hands raised? No.
No? Alrighty. Okay, commissioners, let us go into deliberation. What are your thoughts on this request?
This is Erica. I'm supportive of staff's recommendation for approval. I think it's reasonable and I don't think the panels will be obtrusive or diminish the historic character of the house or district. So I'm in support.
All right, Erica, anyone else?
Yeah, I think in this case, if those 4 panels were removed, the roof shape is such that you'd lose a huge amount of the available or the design size, I guess, of the array. So I know this is a common conundrum we face, but I also feel like knowing that solar panels are reversible and these are low profile and meet all the other guidelines, that I'm on board with it as well.
Okay, thanks, Graham. Brad and Gary.
This is Brad. I'm supportive of it too. I think the one difference from some of the other ones we've seen and have struggled with is how close this one is to the neighboring house. So I think it seems that it limits the visibility more than some of the other ones that we've struggled with. So because of that, I think it's kind of a proximity thing. I think that the neighboring house helps shield it some. So I'm supportive.
Okay, Brad, Anne, you had your hand up.
I mean, I'm just torn about this one because I feel like we've been here before, that the guideline is pretty clear. And we just, I have to say I'm torn by it. I mean, to me, a better argument would be to say that the porch roof is so substantial that it actually counts for a portion of the third of the house or something like that. But I feel like we have in the past denied applications exactly like this just because the panel is not on the front third. And so I am, not because of logic or because I don't think you can see it, but just on the basis of the guideline, that was exactly the direction we went before. So I'm a little bit unsure. I mean, I'm just unsure about it.
Yeah, and I share your concerns. Gary, did you have any thoughts?
Well, I think every case has its own context, and yes, these panels are in the front third, but because of the proximity of the building next door, I think also the height of the building, I mean, the visual impact is minimized. So while I support continuing to use the guideline, in this particular case, I think I'm ready to make an exception.
Okay, Gary, thank you. All right, any other further deliberation? Any other thoughts any commissioners wish to share? All right, then do I hear a motion from the floor?
I'll move. This is Erica.
Erica, thank you.
I just have to scroll down to my script. Okay, I am.
You're muted now. You found your script and now you're muted.
I found it. Okay, thank you for your patience. I move to approve application number 2021-COA-038 for the installation of solar panels at 63 South Bannock Street as per design guideline 2.33, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Thanks, Erica. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Graham, thank you for seconding. We will do a roll call vote. Brad,
Aye.
Graham,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Anne. I'm sorry, Anne.
Aye.
Oh, okay, thank you. And Julie is aye as well. So it passes unanimously. And on to our next, thank you very much, Becca. Then on to our next project, which is 2021-COA-050 at 3248 Champa in Curtis Park. And it's Abby again.
Okay, so design detail application for infill, single story infill, which is proposed to hold an urgent care facility. So located at the intersection of Champa, MLK Junior Boulevard, and Downing Street. This corner lot's irregular in plan. Infill proposed is a regular pentagon with two primary facades facing onto MLK Junior Boulevard and Downing Street. Property is located on the eastern edge of the Curtis Park Historic District. The nearby context within the district is primarily residential. Due to the unusual lot and street configuration, there's no immediately adjacent buildings. Single-story masonry terrace type buildings are located nearby on 33rd Street and Downing Street that really provide the immediate historic context, along with two-story residences, Queen Anne and Italianate, located on Champa. Proposed infill is a simplified version of an early 20th century one-part block commercial building. Simplified storefronts extend across the street facing facades. If I can get the advance, there it goes. Okay, so here just for comparison is what you saw the last mass form and context review and what you're seeing today. So in December 2020, the LPC conditionally approved the mass form and context application with the condition that the height of the corner entrance at the northeast corner be studied to improve verticality and detail of those areas. To address this condition, the applicant has extended the brick pilasters from the first floor up to the top of the wall. However, staff does not find that this really fully addresses the conditions set by the LPC. You know, it adds a vertical element, but didn't fully address the detailing comments from the commission. Staff finds that the corner still looks very tall and blank in comparison to the lower sections of the facade, which feature decorative brick banding. The applicant wants to be sure that they're leaving sufficient space for signage to go there. But so leave it up to the commission, determine, just, calling that out to determine whether or not you think that your previous condition, boy, I can't talk today. Sorry about that. If the condition has been met. Okay. Eventually, see if I can get this slide to advance. I would have let me advance it previously, and now it does not want to go anywhere. Why have I lost?
Just tell me.
Okay. Thank you,
Tell me
Jen.
when I want to advance it.
Okay. So here you have the primary street elevations. So the only alteration since the previous review has been the extension of the pilasters at the taller corner element. So storefront feature aluminum framed storefront windows and doors. Storefront windows will feature variety of kind of varying mullion patterns. The site wall and lighting are also shown here that you can see. The lighting is shown appears to be compatible with the size and scale of the buildings, but staff would like more detail on the actual design of the light fixtures, including the materials, the illumination level, and the light direction. Next slide. So here you see kind of the side and rear elevation. So the rear wall is to be stucco, and will also feature the aluminum framed storefront windows. You can also see there's one spot on the south elevation where there's 2 lights on a single pilaster, which staff felt maybe was a little excessively lit there, that didn't need like 2 light fixtures right next to each other there. Next slide. So here you can see the brick detailing. So see here, it'll have the decorative brick cornice. There's also going to be some precast concrete accents. The parapet will feature brick corbelline and a precast concrete cap. So we feel that this is successful, kind of simplified modern interpretation of a cornice. We'll use to create texture and variety on the facade, as well as to reference traditional elements in the district. And then you can see the illustration there to the right is there will be precast concrete kind of rectangles interspersed in the brick, kind of just adding another decorative element to the brick facades. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing aluminum frame storefront windows with a dark bronze finish. So you see a color swatch there. The orientation, form, and size of the storefront windows fit with district patterns. The storefronts on the commercial spaces will be simplified versions of traditional commercial storefronts. Aluminum frame storefronts windows will also be used on the rear. While the use of storefront windows on the rear of a building is not typical, these windows face the parking lot and are not a significant design feature, so staff doesn't feel overly concerned. These kind of just blend in. One issue is that no information has been provided in the application on the transparency of the glass. So for the final application, we should have details on those, particularly the street facing storefront windows, what the glass transparency is. Next slide. So here you see the proposed brick, as well as the proposed stucco finish. So the applicant is proposing red brick on the street facing facade with a kind of cream buff colored stucco to be used on the rear wall. Detail on the stucco has not been provided. Plans call out that it will be a cement base stucco, but no manufacturer details or information on the number of coats is provided. Landmarks does require traditional 3-coat stucco without any synthetics, so additional stucco information is needed. The Curtis Park R&O has submitted comments on the materials, which were forwarded to the commission. They're expressing concerns with the brick and the stucco color. So their concern with the brick is that it's new brick trying to look old. It appears to have tumbled edges, fake scarring, modeling, and is a color blend. The R&O feels that this brick choice is inauthentic and will stand out. The brick in Curtis Park is generally a single color with subtle natural variations. They suggest the use of a brick color that's close to the more traditional. In Curtis Park, they provide medium red, smooth-faced brick from Summit Brick at Lakewood. They said it would be a closer match. And they would like a brick that more matches Curtis Park. Staff would agree, and then I should have caught this and did not, but generally when our landmark COAs do require that brick is not to have a cobbled, chipped, or rounded edges, and that it should have only slight color variations in the overall brick facade. So staff would agree here that to do a just simple modern brick and a red tone. So then the stucco color. So the R&O feels that this stucco color is really going to jump out as contrasting with the red brick. And they're concerned particularly with the visibility of this building with the parking lot to the rear and the way you kind of will see it from multiple streets. They're suggesting that instead a stucco color that matches the brick be used. So Landmark does not have purview over applied colors such as painting, but does review intrinsic material colors. We've generally always reviewed brick color, but we haven't always reviewed stucco color. Sometimes this has been considered more like paint than as an intrinsic color, but Jen recently pointed out to me that we really should be considering stucco color as an integral color, since it's not easily changed, because it's difficult to paint stucco. So suggest here that, look at this and consider also then the stucco color, thinking about that as an integral color and whether or not you feel that it's appropriate or whether or not it should try to blend more with the brick. So staff, I did not include these two conditions in the staff report, but staff would support adding conditions relating to the brick and the stucco. Okay, next slide. So the site work. So a 4-inch fence featuring vertical metal pickets and brick piers will be located along the street facing portions of the lot. The materials and design are compatible with the district, though they're maybe a little bit more residential than commercial in character. A 6-foot fence composed of vertical pickets will be located along the rear of the lot. The design is appropriate, but more information on the materials is needed, because no information on the material of the 6-foot fence is included in the application. You can see here they're also then proposing a trash enclosure at the rear of the parking lot. It'll be enclosed with a concrete block wall with a metal gate. This is adjacent to a residential property, but there's really limited locations for the trash enclosure on the lot, and the concrete block will provide screening, and this seems the best location on the lot. So we do need some more detail or clarification on this. So we need materials of the 6-foot fence to be clarified. Also, they had previously proposed a chain link fence, which staff said we didn't feel was appropriate, but that chain link fence is still shown on some pages of the application. So we need to make sure that the fence materials are shown accurately throughout the application. Also, the details here for this are showing that the cap of the enclosure for the trash is exceeding over 6 foot. So some clarification there, because if that's going over 6 foot, that would be considered an overheight fence and would need to be reviewed as such. So staff is recommending approval with conditions, so that there is additional detail provided on materials, site work, glazing, and lighting. And then up to the commission to consider whether or not you feel any additional conditions should be added based on whether or not you feel their revisions have met your previous condition regarding verticality and detail at the corner, and then consider whether or not you want to add any conditions regarding the brick choice or the stucco color.
Okay, great, Abby, thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions for Abby? I don't see any. Okay, great. Do we have Emily as the applicant available?
Yes, he's been moved over. It was Justin.
Okay, terrific. Justin, if you will, if you would like to give your full name and your address.
Yep. Justin Recap, and the address for Cushing Terrell is 303 East 17th Avenue, number 105, Denver.
Great. You've got 10 minutes to talk about your project.
Okay.
And holding your iPhone so you can see where you are.
Okie dokie. Hold my iPhone?
Her iPhone.
Okay, great, great. So I would like to share my screen.
Okay, I'll have to, hold on.
All good. Can we pause?
I have to make you a co-host.
Hooray.
Okay, you should be able to share your screen.
So let me see, there are just a couple of clarifications I'd like to here. So we did provide some stucco detailing as requested, and that is on page 29 of our resubmission document. And then, and also, yeah, that is three-part cementitious stucco, no acrylic or anything like that. And then if you go down to page 30, we have a detail for the light. One thing I did not provide with that is the lighting cut sheet that we're planning on using, but this is a recessed aluminum light that has a nice downcast. It's high enough that it provides security, but you know, it also provides ample lighting. Provides ample lighting, but it is a downcast cutoff fixture. So just providing some clarification there. And then regarding the fence detail, let me see, we provided that detail, and I'm looking at the project you shouldn't see. Bear with me here. That is on page 36. And really, we're calling out a 1-inch by 2-inch metal railing and 3/4-inch metal vertical pickets spaced at 4 inches apart. So I feel that should be adequate to get an idea of how that fence is constructed. And the 6 foot, it looks like our parapet cap goes over 6 foot. That can very easily be lowered just so we don't go over that 6 foot at all. And then regarding the design of the corner, basically in conversations with landmark preservation, by lowering, we've lowered it, and we've lowered the overall main parapet height and corner parapet height to one that's as low as is structurally feasible. And that was as requested by landmark preservation. And with that main field parapet, we also lowered that sort of corner parapet, which is a unique item in itself. So, and one thing that was suggested by landmark was continuing that pilaster logic to the parapet. And we did that, and we did not want to overpower that corner element with a pilaster going all the way up there. And yes, one part is signage, but two, we kind of like to celebrate that corner condition being its own unique element in the building and not just a repetition. Just it's the very corner, and we'd like to really stand on that corner nicely. And if we continue to lower the element, I think we're going to lose all our signage space, but also compromise the dynamic aspect of the building massing, because it is following some traditional pieces. However, I feel like it has a dynamic massing to it. And if one thing about adding more detail, which is for me a bit vague, to the pilaster conditions is we would be adding detail to what would be essentially a sign background, and then make that corner too busy. And I would be afraid to detail out that space for the sake of detailing, basically adding things just to fill an empty space. We do feel that we've compromised, and this is from our initial meeting and submission with landmark. And we feel we've compromised with this element and studied it as much as is feasible for our client. We think that it creates a really nice look, and it does fit in with the neighborhood. And we do request that the design be accepted as it is now. And yeah, you will see that we did replace that chain link fence with a more compatible material. Basically, it's a CMU brick that's just painted to match the stucco. And really, if there are any other details that may be missing, please do ask, and I'll gladly provide. But I think I should have everything that was requested in my last email with landmark presentation. And that's what I have. I'm open for questions to the best of my ability.
Great, Justin, thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Justin? Anne.
I'm Anne. I have a question. I'm looking at your detail, the cornice detail on sheet 31. Can you bring that up?
Yes.
Have you ever built this detail before?
I've built similar details.
But have you built one with the dental that looks like this one?
With this dental? No, I have not.
Okay. Thanks.
However, Bill has, and Bill is our project manager.
All right. Any other questions to Justin? Commissioners? It doesn't look like it. Okay, Justin, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Commissioners, or let's see if there's anybody from the public before we go into deliberation. Jen, has anyone raised their hand?
Yep, Keith Pryor has, and let me just set that up. Keith, I will unmute. You're allowed to talk whatever, and I'm ready whenever you are.
Great. Keith Pryor here, 2418 Champa Street, Curtis Park Design Review Chair. We definitely agree with staff's recommendations on this. We don't feel like this design has met what you as commissioners requested. And I think it really does come down to the issue of the signage. If you look at a lot of their other buildings that they've built throughout the city of Denver, it's all about the signage, and it's not really how it relates to our historic district. And so we don't have buildings like this to where you have that raised corner. All of our existing examples that they even use in their landmark detail are just one story all the way across. And so we're not really celebrating this corner. It's all about the signage. And so that space actually does need to have the detail, and it does not meet the requirements that you had put on this applicant. So I definitely think it should be denied and should be restudied to meet your condition that you had placed on it. We are definitely wanting the medium red brick. A blend does not work with our district, nor does the tumbling. And so the brick choice is not correct. And we do feel like the red stucco would be more appropriate on this design, again, to blend it and not have it stand out. Even a gray color would work better than the tan, because then at least you're tying in with the mortar color. Whereas the tan doesn't have any relationship at all to the building and will just stand out. So definitely, I think that the corner element does not meet what you had intended. It does need to have more detailing, and the signage, when it will come and does come, we're not a commercial district. We don't want an outlandish sign, which this is setting itself up to be. And I know that we don't have purview over the signage, but definitely think that you should deny this or add some additional conditions for staff to deal out with these significant issues. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you for your comment. Jen, anybody else lined up to speak on it?
Yep, Sue Glassmarker, I have, will need to unmute yourself, Sue, when you're ready.
I'll be quick. I would just like you to add those 2 conditions that we asked to the motion. And that's it.
Okay, Sue, I need your full name and your
Oh,
address.
I didn't do that.
Well, you're new at this, so, you know, I'm kidding.
Sue Glassmacher, 1037 29th Street.
Excellent, Sue. Thank you very much. All right, Jen, is there anyone else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, terrific. All right. So let's go into deliberation.
Julie, can I just do a quick staff recap?
Abby, of course you can. Sorry about that.
So I just want to say some of that information was from the application, but the light specs, that was actually new information that had not been previously submitted. So that shouldn't be considered, because new information that staff hasn't looked at and that wasn't submitted in advance can't be submitted at the day, you know, on the day of the meeting. And staff does still feel like, you know, we need actual, you know, manufacturer specs for the stucco in addition to just, you know, the drawings. So,
okay.
And that we need to make sure all materials are called out and that those details are provided throughout.
All right, commissioners, do you have any other questions for Abby now that she's made more comments? Okay. All righty, Abby, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, commissioners, now let's go into deliberation. What are people thinking, Gary?
Well, that corner bothers me, I think, like as it does bother Keith and Sue. I mean, it's a large area for a sign. And filling that area with a sign, I think, would be inconsistent with the character of the building and the neighborhood. And so if I was going to recommend a change, rather than stressing the verticality, I would make the parapet height across the building the same as the lower area. I mean, that'd be more consistent with what a retail or a mercantile building period would be like. I just think that corner is it's disproportional, and if those signage areas are filled with sign, it would actually make it worse in terms of its overall appearance. So I think, I mean, I would prefer that stressed verticality at the corner be eliminated.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. Any other commissioners? Any thoughts on what Gary's commented on? Brad?
Yeah, this is Brad. I mean, I think that the scale of that corner feels all wrong. You know, I just looking through some of the guidelines establish a sense of human scale in building design. I think at the corner, that's really extremely important. And the height of that, the way that corner is exaggerated, makes the windows feel more compressed. So that scale is almost more I don't know, half-half, as opposed to, you know, traditionally, if you looked across the district, you would see potentially some clear story windows or something above that would celebrate the corner and not a large forehead on a building. And I also don't think that just because there's potential for signage there, that means that you don't put detail there. There's really great opportunities to layer elements onto a building. So signage could be an element that's layered, held off the building, that's semi-transparent, where you still see the movement of the building. So I don't think that's a valid argument in kind of creating that zone up there. And I do agree with Gary. It just feels the scale is wrong. So one solution could be to bring it down. One solution could be to study other options. I know that there's limitations on the type of building they have, but you know, there are other portions of the building that have much nicer human, scale, and I think that needs to be tracked around. The last thing I would add is I agree with Curtis Park neighborhood's comments about the brick. I think that, you know, the brick needs to be more subtle tones, not have all the tonal variations. It should be a modern brick and not try to replicate something historic. And I agree that with a smaller building like this, especially the stucco color should be more complementary as opposed to contrasting color.
Yeah, I agree, Brad. Other thoughts, commissioners? Ann or Erica? Ann?
Well, I disagree with both Brad and Gary. I mean, I think it's a corner site. It's a very unusual site. And it's actually a corner site on what's clearly a commercial site. This is not a site that you would have housing on. And I think it seems like a really appropriate response to a commercial building on a corner site. So I thought adding the vertical pilasters made a huge difference. And, you know, I don't see a problem with having signage there. It's a commercial building. Like I said, this is not an infill of what used to be a residential project. I do, however, just as a friendly comment, going back to the detail on page 31, I just don't see how it's buildable. I think that I kept looking at the dentals, I think have a bearing of about ½ an inch. And I think that unless they're glued into the side, there's no way that they actually work. But I actually support this project exactly as is, the materials notwithstanding. But as I said, I think you have to look at it in the context of a commercial building on a triangular site.
So Ann, what did you think about the brick? Did you have any thoughts about the brick and the stucco?
I don't, because I think that to me, the standard that it's being, shown at is a residential standard. The tumbledness, not the color, the tumbleness, I could, I look back actually to see where it said, to see if I could find something that actually said specifically that you don't want to use materials that look like they've been aged, and maybe I just have missed it, but I just don't have a problem with the color unless there is something specific, and maybe Abigail knows this, that says don't use materials that look like they're already pre-aged.
Okay, thanks, Anne.
I'll just address that comment. It's in our certificate of appropriateness. It's based on the guidelines, basically that it should look like new construction and it shouldn't look like it's imitating historic materials. The specific wording isn't in our guidelines. The wording I read out is our standard language for our certificates of appropriateness.
Okay, fair enough. Abby, thank you. Graham, what were you thinking?
You know, I think that I'm going to fall in the top-heavy camp. I feel like guideline 4.8 that talks about the design of windows and doors to be compatible with the historic context and all the conversation around signage does really lead me down the same road. Brad had mentioned that, you know, being a prominent corner, maybe a clear story window would help. And I feel like that is a more typical, almost a two-part block. This isn't a full second story, but you know, generally signage, if it was a big wall like this historically that was painted, would have been on the side of a building, or, you know, a big brick expanse. I feel like a storefront sign facing a street would have been a smaller band, or potentially a projecting sign, excuse me, or, you know, could have been a big roof mounted sign. But to have a large painted sign on the front, you know, primary corner here isn't something that I've encountered in a historic context like this. And so I do appreciate the detailing. I think the comments about the brick and stucco, I'm comfortable with those, agree with those. But I do feel like, based on the guidelines for the window and door proportion and kind of historic signage, that I would throw my vote in the top heavy column right now.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Erica, you haven't commented. Do you have any thoughts?
Not really.
Okay, no, that's fair.
I'm just, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I think I'm also, I normally agree with Anne, but I think I'm very familiar with this corner. And I'm with the top heavy group as well. So, and I definitely agree with the brick and the stucco colors. So Abby, so how best do you think we should handle this? Should we go for a motion to approve with conditions that you've outlined, with the addition of the perhaps the parapet, if that's how we do it, or the stucco and the brick? Should we go with that, or do you think a denial and then giving them the chance to come back is a better option?
Yeah, I mean, because if it was a specific condition, like that you just wanted the height to be lowered so that it was all one height, that could be a clear condition. But if you're still open to other restudying or other options, either lowering or adding more detail, that pretty much is going to have to come back to the commission. And so at that point, you might as well just deny and make it cleaner, because staff can't really review something if there's like multiple options. So.
Right. And commission, it sounded like there was still some you know, some conversation about what is best in that corner. Am I getting that right? Or is it just a matter of making it, you know, level with the rest of the building?
I think that it could still read as something that articulates, depending on how, you know, I don't want to limit that. I mean, I think that it would work, as Chris said, but in not creating that design decision, I'm open to allowing the applicant the opportunity to study it.
All right, then it sounds like we're moving toward a denial. Is that correct, commissioners? I see a couple nodding heads. and a shoulder shrug. Okay, do I hear a motion from the floor?
Before I'd like to hear Gary shrugged, so I'd like to hear maybe
Yeah.
a little more from him. Conversation. What are your thoughts, Gary?
Well, after listening to what Graham said, if the parapet height was consistent across the whole building at the lower level, that would be acceptable. But I think there's also an opportunity to emphasize the corner with a different height, but in a way that is more proportional to the storefront and the rest of the building. And maybe it's because, doing it for 2 bays on either side of the corner is what kind of makes it kind of heavy. So what I'm leaning towards, and that's why I shrugged, is maybe we should do a denial and let the applicant come back with a response that kind of takes into consideration what our concerns have been. It is a commercial site. It's a commercial building. We're not trying to be residential, but I still think the proportions of that corner are just wrong. I mean, it's just too top heavy, and it's not consistent with the way 1-story commercial buildings in historic districts were proportioned vertically. But some emphasis on that corner that's a little more subtle could accomplish what the applicant is trying to do, and be more acceptable to our sensitivity towards proportion.
All right. Did that answer your question, Brad?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think what we're leaning towards is denial, or at least, and I've got, and then if we have, all right, I can propose a motion here.
All right.
I move to deny application number 2021-COA-050 for the design detail of the proposed infill at 3248 Champa Street as per design guidelines 4.3, 4.8, and 4.20. And character defining features for the Curtis Park Historic District, presented testimony, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
Great, Brad, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And thank you. All right, then we will do a roll call vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie votes aye as well. Thanks very much to the applicant and to Abby. Thank you very much. The motion to deny has carried unanimously. All right, our last design review is 21-COA. Oh, I'm sorry, Graham, are you gonna have to step away?
I gotta tag out and
Okay, go spend some time with that beautiful little girl.
Almost all the way, but have a great night. We'll catch y'all soon.
Yeah, you too. All right, so next up, and actually it's our last in the design review, is 2021-COA-039, 3136 West 23rd Avenue. And Becca, it's you again. Hi.
Hello. Thank you very much, Julie. So our last project of the evening is garage alterations at 3136 West 23rd Avenue. The primary structure is a contributing building to the Whittier Coalfield Historic District, but garages are not called out as contributing or non-contributing in the designation. So the applicant today is proposing to add a side and attic addition to the garage at the rear of the property. The existing garage is not original to the house, but it was added by 1937 when it appears on Sanborn maps. And this is within the period of significance for the district, which is prior to and including 1943. The existing garage is a 1-story flat-roofed brick garage with a small parapet. It's one of the last historic garages on the block, and the rest have been demolished and replaced with modern garages, which you can see on either side of this picture. Let's see if I can move it forward. Great. So the applicant is proposing a side addition that will be approximately 8 feet by 17 feet long. The addition will be clad in cement fiber lap siding. The applicant is also proposing an attic addition, which will bring the total height of the garage to 17 feet, which is a typical height for garages in this district and is the maximum height allowed by zoning for garages. The attic addition will also be clad in lap siding. Windows and doors will be fiberglass, and the attic addition will not be centered over the historic garage, but it will be centered between the addition and the historic garage. And so here's just the floor plan showing the size of the addition, which is over here, the side addition, and then the attic addition. And then here we have an isometric drawing of the garage from the alley, showing the scale of the garage addition in relation to the surrounding historic context. All right, so here's an example, or here's a photograph of the existing alley and garage, as well as an addition in the district provided by the applicant. Staff did research this addition, and it was reviewed and approved by the Landmark Preservation Commission in February of 2013, which was before the adoption of our current guidelines, which were adopted in January of 2016. So staff does have some concerns with this proposal that it will change the historic character of the garage structure, although the primary structure will not be impacted. And to be honest, we kind of struggled with which design guidelines to use as we reviewed this. And the applicants brought up a lot of different design guidelines as well. So we just presented all of them for you. The guidelines have several different sections that may be applicable, including pages 46 and 47, which include an illustration of potential approaches to additions on historic secondary structures. But we also have our general guidelines for additions and new secondary structures. So I'm gonna kind of go through a lot of guidelines here. Guideline 2.38 states preserve original detached garages and secondary structures where feasible, keep historic garages and outbuildings in good repair, similar to the main house, respect character defining building components of a historically significant garage or secondary structure. And so while the proposal will not just demolish the historic garage, which is one of the only remaining historic garages on the block, the proposal will significantly alter the character of the existing garage, which is 1 story and boxy with a flat roof and parapet. But again, it won't impact the primary structure. Meanwhile, the intent statements for additions are generally discussed in relation to the primary structure rather than the secondary structures. For instance, intent statement 3A is to maintain the general appearance of a historic structure, especially from key public vantage points when building an addition. And 3B says, minimize damage to the original structure and preserve character defining features when building an addition. So if we apply these intent statements to the primary structure, this garage addition would maintain the general appearance of the primary structure and minimize damage to the original structure, as it won't be impacted at all. However, if we apply these intent statements to the garage structure, staff does believe that the proposed addition would greatly change the appearance of the historic garage and change the character defining features of the building. And then we have guideline 3.1, design an addition to be subordinate to the original structure. Staff does not believe that this addition is subordinate to the historic garage structure, as it dramatically changed the roofline massing and scale. If we look at the guidelines for new secondary structures, staff also has concerns that this proposal may not meet those design guidelines, although it's an addition to an existing garage rather than an entirely new garage. Guideline 4.19 states, design a new garage or secondary structures to be compatible with and subordinate to the primary structure and surrounding historic context. Design the mass, form, and roof shape of a new garage or secondary structure to be compatible with the primary structure and other historic secondary structures in the surrounding context, and use simplified versions of building components and details found in the surrounding historic context. So staff feels that the proposed garage attic addition will change the mass, form, and roof shape of the historic garage and will make it incompatible with other historic secondary structures in the surrounding area. The proposed attic addition will make the original simple form of the garage much more complex with a very different roof form and a roof form that's not found in the historic context. And finally, the character defining features of the Whittier Coalfield Historic District note that garages are typically 1 story in height and rectangular or boxy in shape with parapets or front facing gables. And Landmark staff does not believe that this proposal would meet the character defining features of the neighborhood. So therefore, staff is recommending denial of this project per intent statements 3A and 3B, design guidelines 2.38, 3.1, 3.2, and 4.19, and character defining features of the Whittier Coalfield Historic District.
Okay, Becca, thank you very much. Commissioner, do you have any questions for Becca? It doesn't look like it. Okay, Becca, thank you. Emily, do we have the applicant present?
Yes, both of them have been moved over.
Excellent. Okay. All right. To the applicants, please state your name and address, please. And you have 10 minutes to make your case.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thanks for meeting with us today to discuss our project.
Of course.
My name is Sarah McSalka.
I'm Rocky McSalka.
And we're the homeowners of 3136 West 23rd Avenue. We've been in this home for over 15 years. We're members of Historic Denver, and we've done countless maintenance and remodeling projects over the years to keep our home in good shape. Not unlike the homeowners of 3025 Newton, whose project was presented earlier, we have a garage that's crumbling and does not fit our vehicles. We understand their decision to demolish it. Does seem like an easier route. And as Mr. Shao, I hope I say your last name right, mentioned in an email to us, it's what most people do. Evidence of this can be seen in our alley. We're, aside from our garage, all the garages on our alley are new with attics or empty lots where garages used to stand but have long since crumbled. In considering our project, there is no surrounding historic character to take into account. It's tough shed-like buildings and dirt. So regardless, we want to keep our garage as an integral part of our house. We love the character it gives to our backyard, and luckily our ideals align with the goals of Landmarks. The very opening pages of Landmarks guidelines state, the design guidelines strive to accommodate the needs of property owners to make modern improvements while protecting the distinguishing features of Denver's historic landmarks. Our garage is currently in need of several modern improvements. These include a need for a higher clearance so we can fit our trailer and other vehicles, structural rehabilitation, the mortar's crumbling everywhere, walls are bowing, and the roof is deteriorating and leaking. We need more room to spread out. Rocky and I have hobbies, and we really have no place for them at the moment. We require more storage. We don't have a basement and currently have items literally hanging from the rafters of our garage. We also have 2 children, ages 9 and 12, and we don't live in the suburbs. We can't send them out front to play, and they can't go out and roam. We live on a busy city street, and they need space to hang out beside their bedrooms. When we became housebound in March because of the pandemic, this was magnified times 100. We soon realized the garage could be a great solution. In deciding it was finally time to address these problems, our very first phone call was to Tom Hart, our architect. We've worked with Tom in the past. He's been an architect in the Denver area for over 35 years. He's well-versed in Denver zoning laws as well as landmark guidelines. He's on the list of Historic Denver's recommended architects and currently sits on their board. This is the plan we came up with. We'd like to stabilize the existing historic garage and build additions to it. We do this by removing the non-original vehicle door and replacing it with a taller door and ceiling to accommodate our trailer. Finishing the interior and adding hobby and activity space to the side. Creating an attic for storage. In order to create a more pleasant space, the attic has windows and a portion of the garage ceiling is opened up to let light into the garage below. Currently, we only have one really tiny window in the north and we need more light. All new construction would have its own foundation. We followed the guidelines for garages and secondary structures in Chapter 2 for preserving historic buildings, specifically those in 2.38. We followed the guidelines in Chapter 3 for additions to historic buildings. For example, the addition walls are offset from the original walls. There's a change in material. There's a compatible and consistent roof pitch. And even though they don't apply to our project, since it is an addition and not a new build, we even considered guidelines under Chapter 4, specifically 4.19. We're doing all of this even though our garage isn't even visible from the street. We believe these plans not only meet our needs, but also meet the requirements of Denver zoning as well as landmark design guidelines. And if you haven't done so already, I urge you to read the letter Tom wrote on December 15th, which supports us all in great detail. In Landmark's response to that letter, it was stated we could probably obtain approval administratively if we changed the roof to gable form. We had to respectfully decline the suggestion for two reasons. One, we agree with the item 3.7a of guidelines, which states an addition with a pitched roof is usually inappropriate for a structure with a flat roof. Additionally, as Tom mentioned in his response, a gabled roof isn't even possible because the required room isn't there between the existing structure and our property line on the east side. All of our efforts are made in order to preserve our historic garage. It would seem self-defeating and ironic if Landmark's guidelines and the commission makes it an easier decision to tear down these old garages rather than expand them. I know none of us want that to become the precedent. We've met every applicable guideline. We hope you'll see this as well and approve our project. Thank you. And I believe Tom would like to say a few words as well if he's still here.
Yes, I'm Tom Hart. I live at 4530 East Cedar Avenue, and I am the architect for the project. I want to thank the commission and Becca and the McSalkas for their time. I've known and worked with the McSalkas since 2013. When we designed the garage addition, we followed the guidelines, specifically Chapter 2 for preserving historic buildings and Chapter 3 for additions to historic buildings. And as Sarah mentioned, Chapter 4, we referred to them, but it doesn't really apply to this because this is not a new building. We also follow the character defining features of the Whittaker-Field district, wherein outbuildings are described as being typically 1 story, but also up to 2 stories. Outbuildings are described as being rectangular and boxy shaped with flat roofs and parapets. And garages are not called out in the district as being contributing to the district. So these are the design challenges we faced. If garages are allowed to have attics, what is the appropriate form for adding an attic when the original garage is boxy with a flat roof, while at the same time preserving the original garage? And can a flat roofed building have an addition that increases its height? Well, clearly this happens all the time in landmarks districts. Guidance is given in Chapter 3, additions to historic buildings. 3.7 says, design the roof of a new addition to be compatible with the original structure and surrounding historic context. A, use a roof form that is consistent with the original structure's roof form and those of structures in the surrounding historic context in terms of pitch, orientation, and complexity. An addition with a pitched roof is usually inappropriate for structures with a flat roof. 3.8D says consider a rooftop addition if there are no other alternatives, for instance, small lot with no opportunities for expansion elsewhere. While not typical for garages, there are examples within the district and on this alley of flat roof structures that we have that have 1 story and more than 1 story sections. And we submitted photos of 3118 West 23rd Avenue, which is on this alley. It has 2 stories fronting a 1 story section. That's number 20. And then 2437 Grove Street is 2 blocks away. It's an original 1 story flat roof duplex with a flat roofed addition on top of, behind, and wider than the original that was built in 2013, less than 10 years ago. And this is slide number 21. The staff report and their comments, excuse me, mentioned that the attic addition on the structures alters the character and boxy shape of the garage. Well, certainly any addition would alter the shape of the original. However, I would suggest that a boxy addition to a boxy building does not alter the overall boxiness of the original. The original building can easily be distinguished. The addition has a flat roof with a parapet just like the original. At one point, it was suggested that a gable roof form might be approved, and this would certainly have altered the boxy shape of the building, as well as been in conflict with 3.7a, and then there'd be no room for gutters if you had a pitched roof on this. The report mentions the design is not compatible with the massing and rhythm of other garages, and the attic design is not found in other structures in the district. The zoning code allows garages to have attics and defines their allowable massing. This garage meets zoning requirements and is similar in size, width, and even roof lines of other garages in the district. The rhythm along the alley is established by the massing and lot size. Most other garages in the district have attics, and Mixalca should not be denied equal access to this right. The report also mentions that with the attic addition, the garage will not read as being 1 story in height. Well, the attic is not a story, does not meet the definition of habitable space, is a ceiling height of only 5 feet. And the walls are set back from the original walls. The east and west walls are set back over 6.5 feet, which is the angle that you see this from. We appreciate your approval of our proposed work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have, oops. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicants? No? Okay, it doesn't sound like we have any questions for the applicants. All righty. Jen, is anyone here from the public that would like to speak on the project?
Don't see any hands raised, so no.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay, terrific then. Commissioners, let's go on into deliberation. What are your thoughts on this? Anne.
Hi, this is Anne. Well, I think that one of the reasons that this building, this project doesn't seem subservient to the buildings around it or to the main building is that it really looks like 3 buildings in a very small space. It's really complicated. And I think that there's probably a way, you know, as I keep looking at the diagram, which shows the bulk plane, that really if you just filled in the bulk plane and simplified the windows, you could have exactly the same amount of space that you have inside. That oddly to me, it's the adherence to the flat roof. And by the way, this is no longer a flat roof project because you've taken out the roof and put in so much more, that a much more simplified form could give the applicant exactly what they want with just, basically just filling in those 2 triangles and calming down the number of materials and the number of different sized windows on it. So I think that I truly believe that the applicant can achieve what they want on the inside, and that seems perfectly reasonable by just looking at the project, standing back and looking at the project and making it look more unified as one project, one building instead of 3.
Okay, Anne, thank you very much. Gary, did you want to say something?
Well, I'm struggling with this because the character of the historic building is completely lost by the addition. And so I'm wondering, what is the purpose of saving the historic building? If it's the last original garage on the block, that's something. By the time the addition and the attic is put on, the original building is no longer distinguishable, except you see some masonry walls kind of here and there. It's so I'm struggling. I mean, I guess I'm wondering, why save the historic building and why not do something that meets all the needs of the applicant in a garage with an attic or a garage with an addition. And It's like, at what point is the preservation of a historic building and its alterations so extreme that its preservation is no longer achieved, other than the fact that some material has been saved. So it's, you know,
Yeah, Gary, I agree with you, Gary. I think what we've done, they're saving a couple of walls. We've got a new garage door, we've got new materials, and I do agree with Anne as well that it looks like 3 different buildings. I do think it could be simplified, but I also entirely hear your point, Gary. I'm curious, Erica, what are you thinking about this?
Yeah, I've struggled with this one. I do want to express my appreciation to the applicants for their desire to preserve the historic garage. As someone who commonly raises this as an issue of not wanting to just discard our historic garages. But I do think that this design as presented to us doesn't achieve that either, unfortunately. And that I agree with Anne that it's not a flat roof, it's a stepped roof. And that centered addition over it, really you lose all sense of what the historic garage was as far as scale and mass. So I don't have any, I think, pointers or suggestions other than I agree that I think there's a way, I believe, to still retain the historic garage, but simplify this design that gets the applicant their needs. As someone, I'm not going to design that for them, but I think, unfortunately, I would support denying this application as it is. But again, just expressing my appreciation to the applicants for their work to preserve this garage. I think it just needs to be re-examined.
Brad, what were you thinking?
That's good. Everybody's interesting comments. So, you know, going back to one of the first things Anne said was about the diagram. It's very hard to get the semblance of the diagram here. It's really, you know, I wrote down kind of really early on 3.1, guideline 3.1 as, you know, this addition is not subordinate anymore. It really is the building. You know, my first thoughts were, I think, along the lines of what Anne was saying, that you kind of take some of the triangle, and whether that means you are going outside of the bulk plane or something, but, you know, to try to pull that diagram where it's really the historic building and maybe an addition and then an addition to the side or something like that. But looking back at the plan, I think it is really interesting. There's a lot of gymnastics to try to save, you know, a couple wing walls and this historic building. So I'm not, I'm surprised that came up in a sense, but I see a practicality to that there's a lot going on here to try to preserve fairly small portion of building at the end of the day. And would they be better served trying to start from scratch and doing something that helps set a standard on the alley? Because it sounds like things are not as nicely detailed and cared for with some of the newer buildings.
Yeah, you make some good points, Brad. All right, do I hear a motion from the floor?
Julie, just so you know, the applicant has their hand raised. You typically don't allow comments
Right.
during deliberation.
Yeah, they use their 10 minutes. So yeah, we're not allowed, we can't allow them to be a part of the discussion at this point. Sorry about that. Do I hear a motion from the floor? Anne.
Madam Chair, I move to deny application number 2021-COA-039 for the garage alterations at 3136 West 23rd Avenue. As per intent statement 3A and 3B, Design Guidelines 2.38, 3.1, 3.2, and 4.19, character defining features for the Whittier Cofield Historic District, presented testimonies, submitted documentation, and information provided in the staff report.
And thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Erica. All right, let's do our roll call vote. Brad?
Aye.
Graham? Oh, Graham isn't with us anymore. Gary?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Anne?
Aye.
And Julie, I also vote aye. The motion unanimously passes. And that brings us to the end of our design review, which brings us to the end of our meeting, unless there is business or discussion items, Jen?
Oh, that's it.
That's it. All righty, well, thanks everybody. Thanks, Becca. Thanks to the staff, and nice to see you all, commissioners. And
Will you adjourn the meeting?
well, let's see, it is 5:08 and I am going to adjourn the meeting.